Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to TD Phins Talk, home of the real Miami Dolphin fans. We are live here tonight for our Tuesday night panel conversation. Y'all already know what time it is. It's TD Phins Talk. Don't forget to check your boy out on Twitter at TD Phins Talk. My Instagram is TD Phins Talk. Facebook is also TD Phins Talk. You can also find my content over at DolphinsTalk.com, ladies and gentlemen. We got a great show geared up for you all tonight. I hope you all enjoy it. We got Cease007 with us. We have e.m.dolphinfan. We got Reason 32, not the one and only Phinsanity 5, and Mr. BallGame himself. All panelists are here and available, ready to go. It's about to go down, and I'm excited, guys. And yes, Christmas tree is behind me. Shout out to my beautiful wife. My sister actually designed the Christmas tree. We had it all set up, but the kids kept pulling bulbs off. They were messing it all up. So my wife had to put it back together, and she did a phenomenal job. It's beautiful, y'all. I just love it. She got me feeling good. She got me feeling festive. She got me feeling my holiday spirits at its peak. Y'all see that Christmas tree, man. Look close, baby. It's fine detail in there now. It is some fine detail up in there, man. Y'all see it. Y'all see it, man. It's lovely. Let me make sure y'all get that view. Man, I appreciate you guys, but we're about to get started, guys. First and foremost, I want to start by saying big ups to the Miami Dolphins. Our stock is on the rise. Yes, my wife said big ups to the Miami Dolphins because they beat the Eagles. But we're on the up, guys. We're on the up right now. You got to understand, the third quarter of the season, we've been winning games, man. And I'm just so excited about our future. Well, I mean, y'all already know where this conversation is going tonight. We're going to be talking about draft picks. We're going to be talking about this team, specific players on the team, what their future looks like. Contractual situations. We might even get into a little bit of, quarterback debate, little Tannehill. I'm just sick of people. I want to hear what the panelists got to say about what's happening. Come on. It wouldn't be a TD Phins Talk if we didn't mention it. Oh, yeah, by the way, hold on. Oh, where is it? Oh, I done lost it. I'll find it for y'all later, man. I found my lost missing Tannehill poster, man. I was about to put it up, but I said it'll be too much for people, I don't want people crying, especially e.m.dolphinfan. I don't want them crying. Oh, I see it. I'll show it to them later. But yeah, man, I'm excited though. I'm excited about tonight because it's about to go down. We're gonna have a good time tonight, guys. I want y'all to welcome our panelists with love and support in the comment section. And our panelists are going to have a few words for you individually when we get started. First and foremost, we are going to start with none other than the one and only this is day one. Okay, hold on. This is day one. Let me make sure I bring it back on the screen the right way because I don't know what just happened. There it is. Day one, Phinsanity 5. What's up, girl?
Hey, what's up, TD? How are you doing today? Hey, Fin family.
I'm good. Why don't you talk to the people for a little and I'll be right back, all right?
Yes, sir. Hello, everyone, and welcome to TD Phins Talk. As TD always says, I'm Phinsanity 5. If you don't know, now you know. Listen, this Eagles win just for a fan base is amazing, but I don't think you guys understand how big it is for us fans in the Northeast section, especially coming from Jersey. And Jersey is right next to Pennsylvania, so it is flooded with Eagles fans. And they try to give it to us every year. They've been giving it to us all year, saying we were tanking, saying we were sorry, saying we were trash. And we were like, all right, come to our house and show us how much trash we are. And what did we do? We sent them back up north with a loss. And no one picked us to win this game. Why? Oh, the Dallas Cowboys lost. Eagles are going to come tired. And, of course, week 16, they're going to be fighting for the division. No, not so fast. No one comes into the Hard Rock and think that they're going to get an easy win against us. We are fighting. I love it defensively. And even more importantly, it is that time of year, everybody. I've been talking about this all year. It is time for the MetLife takeover. I'm excited. I'm going to be cold. I need, a couple hoodies, jackets, so send donations to TD so he can PayPal it to me or something like that. I need hats. I need gloves, everything. But this is the game that we look forward to every year. It is something that is talked about, something that almost every Dolphins fan in the Northeast goes to. I don't want to say it's our Mecca, but it is the game that if you are from up here, one time or another, before it is over for you, you go and you hope that the Dolphins wipe the Jets out on their own field and show them who's the boss in the AFC East. And we've been doing it for a while. But can we keep this momentum? You have Jamal Adams, who's day to day. So do we expect another big game from Parker? They're projecting him to have low numbers. But one thing I know is that we're getting in a groove. We're getting this thing going. And I cannot wait. Cannot wait to see what these guys do. And I cannot wait to talk tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Phinsanity 5. I appreciate you joining us. I'll see you in just a little bit. And guys, I want to welcome to you Cease 007, the triple OG. What's up with you, man? How you doing tonight?
I'm blessed, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking, man. Why don't you talk to the people for a little?
Sure thing. Like TD said, my name is Sis 007, Skiro 007. I just want to talk about Devontae Parker. Devontae balled out, big game, breakout game, fearless. Fitz was fearless. The whole team was fearless. It was surprising that they did beat the Eagles, but we do have a track record of playing them pretty well, and we do have some victories. We still do hold the head-to-head over them, which is good. So I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying where Miami's headed. Brian Flores, he's got this team motivated. We're doing it with no-name players, no-name defense back from the 70s. So we're doing it with no-name players, and these players are hungry. They're looking forward to the season. Some players didn't want to stay, so they left, and Brian Flores just galvanized the troops. And that's all you can ask for a head coach. Give the team some direction, give the fans direction to where you're trying to take them, and it's all good. Like my daughter Phinsanity said, Miami Dolphins up here, we got a lot of Eagle fans. I work with a lot of Eagle fans, and it just felt good walking in my job knowing that Miami took care of business. And all the Eagle fans was like, oh, y'all stink, y'all terrible, y'all got lucky. We'll take lucky. We'll take terrible. At the end of the day, we got that W. And we got bragging rights for 4 years over the Philadelphia Eagles. And I love it.
That's what's up. That's what's up, man. Fins up all the way. Devontae Parker beasted yesterday. And hey, I'll take those bragging rights all day, every day, baby. I appreciate you. We'll see you in a little bit, man.
Yes, sir.
Man, hey, who we got in there? Who we got coming up? Who is this? Who is this? Mr. BallGame in the building. What's up with you, man?
Man, living life, baby. Happy to be here, man. You know what I'm saying? As always, I'm grateful you have me on, man. I like to always give you a shout out, man, because you're doing amazing things with the channel, man. Your energy and your love for the team, man, is pretty much rivaled by mine, you know what I'm saying? And we on the same path together, brother, trying to make sure that everybody understand that where we are now is not where we're going to be, and where we finish up, we're going to be done told them all. We told you so.
Exactly.
Tried to tell you what was coming. She didn't want to listen.
We told you so, just like Ted here. But talk to the people, man. Talk to the people.
Man, I'm 100%, man, happy with just the fact that these guys going out every Sunday, man, and they giving it everything they got. I was a little skeptical in the beginning about Chad O'Shea. I don't think that was any mystery to anyone. But as of late, man, I'm liking what I'm seeing. He's becoming a little more bold in his play calls and things of that nature. And I think they've done what I hoped coaching staff would have done a long time ago. They've given Parker the confidence to go out there and really show why we took him with our number one pick a couple years ago. Him being healthy, I always believe, man, in football, man, that players can play hurt. They can't play injured. But if you have guys around you or an organization around you that doesn't believe in you and don't back you, you're not going to be motivated to go out there and push through some of the dings and things of that nature that you might experience throughout the game and throughout the life of the game. So that being said, I think the vote of confidence they've given to Parker has definitely boosted him, man, and made him feel like he's unstoppable now, and we're reaping the benefits of that. I'm hoping that Preston can get back to some level of the success that he had this year from the injury that he sustained, and I'm looking forward to the draft. You know, I haven't chalked this season up just yet as a loss, only because we still got games to play. So with that being said, you know, I'm looking for us to finish out strong. I'm not so much concerned nowadays about how where we draft. You know, we got 3 draft picks in the first round regardless. So going out and getting all the experience that these young boys can garner, you know what I'm saying, and put into their tool belts for later, man, when we back on the field next year throughout this building process is something I'm extremely happy about and proud of and just anxious to see because they're doing amazing things, man. And I don't know about anybody else, but we got to talk about my boy Van Ginkel because he came back from that foot injury, man, and he was all in. He was all over the place on Sunday, running down and knocking down and frustrating Carson Wentz. So that's another piece that most people probably forgot that we had that at this point now is going to be integral for us going forward as well. And he's young, 6'4", 238 pounds. With that wingspan and the speed that he has, man, he's going to be a problem. So the pass rusher that we said we might have needed, we might already have. He just need to be healthy. And as a 4th-round pick, I think it's huge that he's going to be a part of the rebuilding process going forward. So with that being said, man, I'm anxious to get in here and hear what EM has to say because last week, or the week before last, Nick Needham didn't have such a great game, and our secondary gave up some plays that I wasn't really proud of. But we're going to find out what he's got to say because at the end of the day, I said over and over again, you can't ever have enough quality DBs. All right.
Hey, do we have to hear what EM got to say, man?
I want to hear what he has to say, man, because I, just like anything else, I value the man's opinion. Now, just like anything.
Only because you asked for it, man. Only because you asked for it, man. All right, guys, y'all gotta forgive me for this, but I'm required since Mr. BallGame asked for it to give him his time. What's up, E.M. Dolphins fan? You drinking that Tannehill juice? I see you.
What's good, bro? What's good?
I'm good, man. I'm sorry we couldn't link up in Dallas, but we'll get together soon enough, man.
Oh yeah, I told you, man. I'll be off about 3 weeks this month, like I normally do every year, and yeah, we definitely want to make it happen this time. So
yeah, I mean, I ain't blaming you I ain't gonna blame you for running from me, man. But talk to the people real quick, man.
Hey, that's plenty of time for me to give you these L's, bro. Plenty of time.
Yeah. We'll see. We got a long night ahead of us. You just save it. I'll see you through.
Yeah, man. I just want to pick it back off what I am witnessing from our team, brothers and sisters. I must tell you, I am ecstatic for the direction our team has taken. The foundational pieces that they are building within our organization from a front office standpoint, from a player development standpoint, from a schematic standpoint, from just like, Eric Rowe's contract might not seem much to the average person, but I thought that was such a positive on so many different levels. Number one, not only the money and how they structured it, but how they are, the vision that they're showing, how they're getting out in front of players and rewarding them before they get to when these players are unrestricted or the last year of their contracts. How many times have we saw with the previous regime where we would wait and stall players out until we get to the negotiating table and the player has all the leverage. I am loving everything about this team. I tell you, I'm gonna die a Dolphins fan. They're gonna bury me in my teal and orange. That's obvious. But I'm telling you, brothers and sisters, Dolphin fans around the world, these are the most exciting times to be a member of this community. And if we can just work on TD and BallGame's buffoonery, I tell you, it's a win-win, baby. It is a win-win.
Hey, man, don't get your mic cut early. We usually reserve. Hey, go ahead and sip that Tannehill juice. You're gonna need some, man. Man,
Yeah.
I'll see you in a little bit, homie. All right, man. All right, I want to bring in the last panelist. The Don Dada of it all, baby. Let me go ahead and give him his special intro. The reason that we're here. The reason I don't know all the words, but y'all get my point. What up, Reason? What's going on, man?
What's good, homie? What are you up to?
Hey, man, you know what I'm up to. It's TD Phins Talk Tuesday night panel conversation, man. What's going on with you, man?
Your intro throws me off, B. I don't know.
You don't know that song, man? You don't know that song?
No, it's just crazy. You called me the Don Dada when I'm like a huge Louis Rankin fan, and he's actually lived out in T-Dot. And he just passed away, eh? I don't know if you remember him from Belly. I don't know if you remember him from Belly, but the man was a G, and he's gone now, so.
Well, rest in peace, man, for sure, man.
But yeah,
you good, man?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm out here. I want to talk about Devontae because, damn, I'm breaking some stuff down, and it's crazy right now. We're talking about contracts and getting ahead of the curve, and it looked like they're gonna have to get ahead of the curve on this one because he got some numbers he's gonna be able to sit at the table with. So my big thing with Devontae is when you break it down, like Fitz is putting that ball up there. You know, when you go back to Louisville, Devontae was always known as a great high point receiver. And what's crazy is right now, if you look at his stats since week 6, the AFC receiving leaders, number 1, Devontae Parker, 43 receptions, 653 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Number 2, Tyreek Hill, 36 receptions, 582 yards, and 5 touchdowns. And then you got DeAndre at 3rd with 556. So Devontae's got 100 yards on the number 3 guy since week 6 right now in the AFC. That's crazy to think that we've gone to this point when last year everyone was declaring him a bust. I think this is a guy that, you know, especially if we draft a quarterback, this is a great asset to have because now, you know, a slot guy becomes a 2nd or a 3rd round priority. It doesn't come as high as something I know EM was talking earlier about Henry Ruggs. Someone like that doesn't become as high as a priority. If you got Devontae, you can spread and sprinkle that draft love around at all the different positions we need to fill right now. So I'm glad that he's stepping up. Hopefully Preston comes back, and hopefully Preston is what he was and continues to develop and get better, because that's a serious injury. And if that holds him back and that slows the development, then all of a sudden wide receiver can become a pressing need. I noticed in the comments earlier, Max Power was asking who the running back 1 of this draft is. And I know PFF just had Travis Etienne going 31 to the Ravens in their new mock draft as the first running back off the board. But to me, I agree with BallGame, and I have since we first spoke. It's Jonathan Taylor out of Wisconsin. I'm very excited to watch him against the number 1 Ohio State defense this weekend. And 2 weeks ago, he broke Ricky Williams and Marcus Allen's record for 11 games in college football of rushing of 200 plus yards or more. He now has 12. That's crazy to think a running back has 12 200 plus yard rushing games. I think the fact that a guy like that's going to be around at the end of the 1st round is craziness. Yep. It's craziness. This guy's better than what Gurley was, and Gurley went at what, 10, 12? That's just nuts.
Yeah, exactly.
If you can get this guy at the end of the draft, and all of a sudden with Mark Walton and everything that's going on, it's a pressing need running back. So if you can get a guy like that, and this is a guy like Derrick Henry, he'll beat a team into submission by the 3rd or 4th quarter. And that's what we need. That's what the culture is being built, that we're going to keep fighting. We're going to keep clawing. We're going to keep scratching. And that's the kind of running back he is. He fits that culture. He fits that mold.
Not in the first round. Not in the first round.
At the end of the first round,
if you don't grab him in the 1st round, he gone.
Again, in my opinion, I don't see that big of a drop-off from him, Swift in Georgia, the kid from Clemson. I don't see much.
They're not even. No.
Those guys. Hey, what do I always tell y'all? Stop getting enamored by not just primarily by numbers. Those numbers are inflated. Come on, man. Not the first
So hold up. So you the guy that's talking about don't be enamored by numbers, but that's all you was ever talking about with Tua was his numbers.
No,
and,
I
hold
didn't.
on. Let me finish.
Stop lying. Let me stop you there. Stop lying, ball game.
Let me finish. But what else do we have to look at other than the fact that he's put up the numbers against consistently? You know what I'm saying? It's not like the dude is a flash in the pan. He's been quality at his best since he's been there, since they gave him the nod as a starting guy.
I'm not saying the guy is not talented. No one is saying that. Please, let me be very, very clear on that. All I'm saying is this. Every Wisconsin running back that comes to that system puts up comparable numbers. Can we agree on that?
Okay.
Can we agree on that? So when they translate to the pros, you know, your Melvin Gordons and everybody, all these other running backs that's come to that program, have they tore up the NFL?
So you don't like
is this?
So you tell me?
No, I am not saying I don't like him. What I am saying is I don't see a drop off from him and the other highly touted running backs at Georgia, at Clemson, and all these at these other schools. Is what I'm saying.
They're all going to go boom, 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 though. Like
they're all going to fall like dominoes.
It's going to go end of the first to the beginning of the second.
Maybe not. We just
it's pretty much. Listen, those three guys and Dobbins, right? Let's not forget
Dobbins,
right?
Yeah.
Hey, when one goes, I guarantee you, like boom, 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 they're gone. And that's it. And there's a huge drop off.
They won't be around by the end of the second. They will not be around.
We're not. Again, all I'm saying is not the first round. All of those running backs are not going in the first round.
They'll start to go at the end of the first round.
They're going to start to go at the end of the first.
Hey, the Texans pick or something.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
If we take him with the Texans pick, I'm good with that.
Yeah, that's what I said at the end of the first round.
All I'm saying is I'm just not taking one not in the first round because of the depth of that position in this year's draft. That's all I'm saying. Not a knock on Taylor, not a knock on him at all. I think he's talented.
After Swift, Etienne, Taylor, and Dobbins, there is a huge drop off at the position.
The only running back I would allow my team to get in the mid or late second.
You can't even begin to even name anyone else after those four go.
And before
hold on, I couldn't hear Phinsanity. What'd she say? What'd you say?
I said the only running back that I think might, because nobody's talking. I don't know why no one's talking about Najee Harris. And maybe it's because Bama hasn't utilized him because of Tua, but he can run. People forget how he played of that LSU game by himself.
Well, and the kid from LSU too, that Clyde Herod, whatever.
Yeah, but he made a name for himself, and somebody will take him. But the knock on him is still. Real late. He real late. The knock is his side.
Like if he wants us to really bet, that's the only guy that
Najee's going to be like a third to a fifth. He's not going to be in the top two rounds. These four guys.
I said late second or third.
Yeah.
But
it's a drop off.
Let's be clear. I love Taylor, but if we got any one of the four that I mentioned, I'm good with it because they're all special. The only difference between all four of them, to me, as I've seen them play and as I watch the game, is that Taylor is the only true running back. Yeah. He is a bell cow. This is a guy that can tote the rock for you 25 to 30 times a game and not miss a beat. The rest of them are halfbacks.
But again,
there's a difference between a running back and a halfback,
especially at the end.
But again, ball game, you gotta be conscious of the fact of how we deploy our running backs within our system. We don't ask a one individual running back to carry the ball 20, 25 times.
Sony Michel get 18 to 20 carries.
It's a platoon system.
Sony Michel gets 18 to 20 carries a game, bro.
No, he not.
Yeah. And James White comes in and catches the ball out the backfield. And then when who was the other guy that they had?
Burkhead. Rex Burkhead.
Yeah, Burkhead. They flex Burkhead to the fullback position now.
They deploy their running backs based on the matchup that they're facing on a week-to-week basis. They might have Sony Michel. They might deploy him 1 week. He might get the majority of carries based on who they're facing. They might bring in James White. So stop with the nonsense. Oh yeah, before I forget though,
Why are we talking nonsense?
Hold on. Stop lying about the Tua situation. That's not all I said about Tua, about the numbers.
Why are we talking?
Before I forget.
Why is it nonsense? I don't understand.
I'm a Tua fan, but just like he was saying about the Wisconsin running backs and whatnot, that they haven't panned out in the NFL. Only one quarterback from Alabama has ever panned out, and that was Joe Namath.
Well,
yeah, but Tua is accurate.
Well, that wasn't my point. That wasn't my point.
Yeah, but Tua is
I'm just telling you.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, man. Let me ask you a question. Why is it that Tony Michel has 184 attempts and James White only has 53 on the season?
Okay, well, what I'm saying.
No, you said they split them up. That ain't split them up.
Okay, well, you got
184 to 53 is not split them up.
Generally,
they snap.
You have to take into consideration injuries happen. There's so many variables that went into the system. Into the season that could have skewed those numbers.
Hey,
in the past, I am going off history.
Belichick moved up to get that dude in the first round for a reason. He's their bell cow.
Okay, that's fine.
And if Miami got a bell cow, they would run him.
Yeah,
but they have to do that because they don't have a
first round.
Yeah, you're not going to give Ballage. You're not going to give Ballage the ball 20 times. Like
no,
that's what happened. You're going to get 21 yards.
Maybe 15.
Literally, I'm not even joking.
Maybe 15 with the way this line running.
I'm not ready to kill Balazs just yet.
I'm not either. And I agree with you there. I'm not ready.
The first time e.m.dolphinfan said something that made sense.
Because I was listen before I became a mod and before I asked to be on the panel and all this stuff. I was going hard and heavy in the chat section with cats about Devontae Parker because I can't stand the fact when somebody be always talking about a bust.
Yeah, I know.
And people always talking about bust, but don't understand exactly that. The game is. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, BallGame. Go ahead.
The game is 90% mental, 10% physical. It's hard.
Absolutely.
It is extremely hard to get up and go out there and put your body through all that they go through if you don't have the backing of the people behind you. If you don't feel like the people really believe in you, you ain't going to get up and get motivated to go out there and play your best. So now, I imagine that this season, he probably – but Flores and them sat down with him and told him, we believe in you. We're going to feed you. Show us what you got. And at this point, that's all it is as a coach.
That's that culture. That's that culture, baby.
Ride or die, we got your back. And now we see what Devontae Parker can do. Even though – the offensive line is subpar, and Ryan Fitzpatrick ain't winning no Super Bowl. But he's proven now he's worthy of that number one draft selection. You know what I mean? And it also proves that it takes more than just a guy going out there and just doing his job. He got to go out there with a fire lit behind him and people believing in him that he can do his job too.
Now, question to everybody. Do you think if Adam Gase was still here?
It'd be different, man. He'd be gone.
Devontae wouldn't even sign.
He wouldn't have signed. He'd been gone.
I look at, again, like I mentioned earlier, the foundational aspects of our game, of our team that's being developed. I attribute that to nothing but culture as far as Devontae Parker is concerned. You know what I mean? You mentioned about it like you said, BallGame, it's hard for any player to put your body through that kind of punishment on a daily basis. And the culture that we had before, we all know what it was. It's well documented on what we had before. But I give so much credit to, like I said, though the culture, the front office, the player development staff, all of these aspects that go into building a successful organization. I'm telling you, man, I'm like on cloud 9 right now.
Yeah,
I'm like on cloud. I'm down in downtown Dallas today. I'm walking up to homeless people, shaking their hand and smiling to them or whatever. They're like, I know they're looking at me like I'm crazy. I'm just happy to be a Dolphins fan, baby. I'm just happy.
The people, here's the crazy part. I be at work, and there's a lady that works with me. She's a huge Buffalo fan, right? And so she's walking in on every Sunday, and she's looking at me, and she's like, "Why are you smiling?" What's wrong with you? Y'all, you guys suck. And I told her, I said, not for long.
I know, right?
Not for long.
You should have said, you should have said you're a Bills fan, and I'm about to give you your papers.
Yeah. So I give her that not for long look, right? And she looks at me and she was like, something wrong with you. I said, won't be. I'm telling you now. We cooking up something special for y'all. I'm telling you right now. And she just looks at me every Sunday. So now when we beat the Eagles, right, she comes in and she was like, Taylor, you might be on to something. I said, listen, I don't want to hear what you're talking about. Don't try to come in here trying to have a conversation with me now. I said, we are young. I said, you don't even realize. I said, have you even looked at our roster? We have so many undrafted guys that are on our roster playing for us right now, and they're gaining huge experience. And she's like,
I saw a statistic the other day. I meant to send it to TD, but it's 30. I think it's like 30% of our roster is undrafted. 30.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
That's huge.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Blew me away.
What'd you say? What'd you say? How many?
30%.
I think it's 30%.
Yeah, it's 16. I think it was 16 when I counted. It's 16 players. That's huge though.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Yeah, hold on. 53-man roster, 16 of them. Yeah, that's about 30%.
Undrafted, man.
Yeah.
Undrafted.
Some rosters don't have more than 4 undrafted.
I think Flores need to get some votes.
Hey, boy, Van Ginkel look good now.
Hey, I think Flores. Somebody need to just mention him in that Coach of the Year votes. I'm not saying
they got his name in there. His name's in there.
I'm just saying
why not?
He should be mentioned at the table.
Yeah, his name's in it. Hey, let's Van Ginkel. I'm telling you, Carson Wentz knows who Van Ginkel is. I guarantee you that. I saw him hit Carson Wentz 4 times on Sunday.
I heard you. So what, you don't think we need Chase Young now?
No. What I'm saying is we might not have. Listen. I was always high on Van Ginkel because I watched him. I watched him when he was in college.
I give you that. You right. I think that's one of the few truthful statements you made. But you're right about that.
Ain't that about? See now, why we got to go that route, bro?
I'm tripping, bro. You know I'm tripping, man. I'm trolling. Come on.
Hey, I'm a little sensitive right now. Okay, I might be a little bit.
My bad, bro.
But yeah, I was high on the kid when we drafted him. You feel me? And then when he got hurt, man, it just bummed me out because I was like, oh, here we go, man, another one, man. But then he came back, man, with a fire lit. You know what I mean? They gave him the time to get healthy, and he showed up Sunday, man. Like, real talk. He was instant pressure, man.
I'm seeing him in that backfield the whole time. Even on completed passes, he let Wentz know he was there.
Yeah.
And that's what you need. That's exactly what you need.
Pressure bust fight.
Exactly. C007, you said the coach out of Green Bay is probably going to get coach of the year?
He's new to Baltimore, Harbaugh. It's going to go to somebody that's got, winning. That they don't give the Dolphins anything anyway, so Flores would probably have to go undefeated.
Could be Shanahan in San Francisco.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, he's another one.
I'm just saying, considering what he has to work with, he just needs to be mentioned at the table. I'm not saying he deserves to win it. But
I don't think anyone in the NFL on Sundays harder and consistently than this Dolphins coaching staff. What we, you talking about what they signed 13 guys. You know what I'm saying? Before the season started to fill the roster.
Yep.
I mean,
crazy.
Like, come on, man. Like a week before. Like 2 weeks before. Like, you still bringing guys in, swapping guys out, and all this other type of stuff. Like, come on, man. Nobody else had to do that.
Off the street. Yeah. I mean, off the street and getting production out of them.
But here's the thing that we have on the sideline. You actually have a coach that's out there fighting for you, even on that pass interference. I mean, the non-pass interference call on the interception. You saw right off the gate how mad he was and like how he's always ready to go fight for his guys. It seems like whenever Flores has to challenge a call, he feels irritated by the fact that he has to take the time to tell you to go do your job. Yeah. And the fact that we have that and the players see that's the coach who's fighting for you and fighting with you. Yeah. And that's something we haven't had. Yeah, Gase would give a nice pump up when we got a touchdown every now and then. But Flores is in it from the locker room all the way till the next Sunday. It's nonstop for him, and he brings a passion and a drive and a fight to this team that we haven't seen, and it's an attitude about him. It's like, I'm not laying down, so you're not going to lay down. Whether we win, lose, or whatever, we're going to fight to the very end. They're not going to think that they just came in here and walked over the Miami Dolphins. No matter what the score is, I'm from the first play to the last play, I'm in it. I'm here for you guys. If we got a challenge, we got a challenge. If we got a blitz, we go on blitz. We're going to make adjustments, which is something that we normally don't do in the past. And we're going to figure out how to put ourselves in the best situation to try to win and compete in this game. Everything might not go right, but understand what I'm trying to do for you guys. I'm also teaching you. In these games, these guys are being coached up even in the games. So it's constant. And to see how we started and where we are in week 13, it is a big jump and leap. And if any one of us, we were getting flack for thinking we were going to get 10 wins. And we're looking at 7, and y'all thought, and everybody was like, oh, we might get 2 or 3 or 4.
0.
We're looking at getting way more than that. And people underestimated us. Our own fan base counted us out. But some of us bought into this coaching staff and the message that they were trying to teach these guys. And you see a lot of this stuff coming to fruition. And having this base and foundation going into next year, now people know when I come in, I got to be accountable now. It's not, oh, we going to Miami for a vacation, get a nice payday, go chill on the beach, maybe show up for the game 2, 3, 4 hours late after the game over and going about tomorrow. No. You have to be accountable every day.
They're going to show up motivated because,
And there's no victory Mondays. Monday morning, you show up for work. And a lot of and no days off. Takes no come in here. We're going to watch film together. We're going to develop as a team and to see what we're doing and to see how players who have been written off. They said we had a high school team, y'all. A high school team. They were saying that college teams could beat us. And we out here fighting and competing. And it is crazy. The whole fan base needs an apology from these media people.
These guys got to take. These guys. We started out, man. The way we started out, man, put a real bad taste in Cat's mouth. You know what I'm saying? In terms of the players and the losing and things of that nature. And I get it. Minka wanted out. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, what he failed to realize is that what's being built is way more special than the individual accolades that he wants for himself. You feel me? He was used to that custom coming. And you know what? I'm glad he gone. You know why? Because at this point, I don't think he had the mental fortitude to deal with the grind that these guys have had to endure to get the success now that they've seen. You know what I mean? He came from a program where they were used to winning, and then Alabama, you know what I'm saying? Those guys don't really deal well with losses. You know what I'm saying? And like you can watch the sideline last Saturday when they lost to Auburn. You know what I'm saying? They didn't know what to do with themselves. They couldn't look each other in the face. They had no answers. Even Saban in his press conference really was up there flabbergasted as the fact that they done lost 2 games in the season. When's the last time that ever happened to Alabama?
Well, that's because Mac Jones threw 2 pick sixes. He's probably like, if I had 2 of this, would have been a cakewalk.
Yeah. So my thing is that at the end of the day, what our guys have endured up to this point now has put them and made them hungry for more. So Flores, really all he has to do now is just manage their expectations week to week in terms of who do we have to target, who do we have to take away, who's going to have what assignment, what coverage you going to run this week, coach, who's our guys that's going to be our specialty players for this coverage, what are we looking to take away? You know what I mean? His job's easier now because he doesn't have to motivate guys to come in ready to work.
The culture's already been. The culture's already been late. The culture's already been set.
Yeah, so it's so much easier now. It's so much easier now, and that's what I was trying to get people to understand early on was that, with these coaching changes, right? First thing first, you gotta get 53. Well, actually 63 with the practice squad, grown men to buy into a direction that they were going. Now you got to tell them, hey, listen, we was going to the left, guys. I need y'all to stop for a second, ponder this minute. Okay, now I need y'all to move all together back to the right. and that takes time. You know what I'm saying? They didn't know. Well, I was skeptical about O'Shea. I'm not anymore, but I was. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he had us nervous some first 8 games.
Yeah, I was the first one. I'll be the first one to admit that I was like, you know, this guy, man, he is tripping. And Patrick Graham too. I was hard on him as well. But
you was killing Patrick Graham.
I was, but I was killing him because as a defensive coach, as a former defensive coordinator, I would never ever put my guys in the position he was putting those guys in so early. You feel me? Because I also understand that you got to see what you got, but at the same time, to build the confidence of those guys, you got to take it step by step, not just throw them out there in the water and see who's going to swim or drown. Like, come on, man, they're going to be, you shell shock people like that. And that's what we saw. He shell shocked them, but it was Flores who brought them back, brought them back into the fold and kept them willing to fight. And I like that, you know what I mean? And Graham,
and that, in my opinion, that's the most important characteristic of a coach that he should exhibit on a day-to-day basis is leadership. You know what I mean? He has everybody from top to bottom, even the janitors, ready to run through a wall for him.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen that since Shula. We have not seen it, and that aspect of Flores' makeup can't be stated enough.
Right.
In my opinion. So, yeah.
Hey,
man,
Charles Harris had a good game too.
Yeah, I saw that.
Hey, you know what, BallGame for real. I'm willing to, just like I'm not willing to kill Balaz just yet.
No, he ain't.
Hey, I am willing to give Charles Harris one more opportunity to see if he can have, to see if he can have a Devontae Parker like.
That's fair.
You know what I mean?
That's fair, bro. That's fair.
It's fair, but I don't believe him.
That's fair.
I'm willing now. Now, not to the point where I'm ignoring a pressure player in the first round. I'm not going to ignore Epinesa sitting there or
Gross Matos.
I'm not going to ignore him, but I'm willing to hang on to him.
Do you see him against Ohio State?
Reason. That's
Yo. Okay, I don't know if you guys watched that game, but Gross Matos and Chase Young both had 5 tackles, 4 sacks, but Chase Young had 2 forced fumbles.
I'm telling you right
Chase
now.
Young, baby.
Hey, I'm telling you right now.
Gross Matos making a name for himself, bro.
I'm telling you right now. I know Chase Young has gotten all the highlights and it's well deserved. But I've been looking, and I was gonna bring this. I was gonna be in communication with TD about this, but we'll get to that, at a later date. But I've been doing a lot of research on Gross Matos and AJ Epinesa from Iowa.
And look up Curtis Weaver from Boise State.
Yeah, Weaver too.
This is why I like those 2 prospects at that position. Not necessarily at the expense of Chase Young, but that's why I'm not willing to give up the farm to go up and get Chase Young.
Man, we understand the reality is we may not get Chase Young. So I love when we talk about these other guys because they may be a more realistic opportunity for us.
Gross Matos.
But I'm gonna be honest with you, TD. Even if Chase Young is on the board, I would seriously have to consider those 2 prospects because of the versatility that how their teams are deploying them within their scheme. The things that they're doing right now, that's exactly what they would be doing in this scheme. Moving up, all up and down the line. Gross Matos, they even haven't played that over the nose at times.
Yeah.
The versatility is, again, I'm not knocking anything from Chase Young, but he's one-dimensional. I'm not saying he can't. I'm not saying he can't do these other things, but I'm just saying to this point, he hadn't put it on tape yet because he's not asked to do it.
So the difference between them is Gross Matos is more raw and Chase Young is more polished, and that's basically due to the systems that have churned them out.
Right.
Ohio State.
So which do you rather, raw or polished? That's a good question, though.
But look,
it don't really matter though.
But you got to think about this.
Technically,
aspect. He only polished in the pass rushing department. His run game is suspect. That's the aspect of Chase Young's game.
That's what y'all say about Clowney. That's what y'all said about Clowney.
I never said that about Clowney.
Here's the thing. They're both athletically, I think, equal. I think the difference is that with a guy like Gross Matos coming to us, he can be
molded,
as polished of a pass rusher as
absolutely
Chase Young because of our coaching, because of our coaching staff.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Our coaching staff makes a difference for him. Either way,
are you telling me right now?
A learning process.
You want raw talent with the right coach, right?
I already know what you're about to ask.
So you telling me right now we're on the board. We're on the board. Both of them are there, and they're the both two best prospects. Go ahead and y'all tell me. I want to hear it on the record. Who you got? Start with reason.
Chase Young is going first because he's the best player in college football right now.
Yeah, I mean that's a no-brainer to take him. But if he's gone before if we have that pick and he's there, you got to go with him.
But
you
can
teach him to set the edge. Pass rushing is. I mean, look how many guys fail at being able to do it. The dude's a natural pass rusher.
Gross Matos is going to be around for like the Pittsburgh pick. He's still going to be there. He's not going to go top 10. He's not going to go top.
You don't know that. With the way that
he's not going to go top.
If he go blow the combine up, he's going in the top 10.
Well,
Espinaza
will be the second. He's gonna be the second DN off the board.
And you got different mocks that got Curtis Weaver being that third edge. A lot of people have Curtis Weaver from Boise as that third edge, and Gross Matos as that fourth because Curtis is a little more polished as well.
Right.
If you watched him against Jordan Love a couple weeks ago against Utah, he was giving Jordan Love headaches and sacked him twice.
I'm not gonna say that Gross Matos is at this point now that he's not as polished. Why are you making that statement, Reason? He's more polished because of his sack number total or what?
That's just a body of work. Because if you
body of work, and also like I said, you just know that well, that's one thing too. But Ohio State turns out defensive ends like it's butter, right? You know what I mean?
But again,
and Chase Young right now, I mean, no one will deny he is the best player in college football right now.
Well, you know what? And I'm sure y'all gonna have your comments, and that's fine. I respect that. But I'm gonna tell you, I'm not Chase Young, in my opinion, because of he's a one-dimensional player. Now he's exceptional at pass rushing. I'm not saying he's not, but for what he hasn't put on tape. All of these other things that these two other prospects are doing. That's all I'm saying. And so, Gross Matos, Chase Young is giving you 15 sacks. He's giving you 10.5 this year. Epinesa is giving you 11.5 this year. So the sack total production, I get it.
But you got to take into account also pressures too, right? So right now, Chase Young is the second highest right now as of today. He's the second highest graded defensive end of all time since PFF started.
And how many games did Chase Young have to sit out again?
Only behind Joey Bosa.
Again.
So how many games Chase Young had to sit out again? So when you add those numbers, remember he didn't play 2 games.
He did, but
that's even crazier.
He did. This weekend.
This is what y'all are not taking into account. Chase Young, all they ask him to do is put his ears back and go get the quarterback. That's it. Epinesa and Gross Matos, they're asking him to do other things within their scheme.
But that's what he's going to get. That's what he's going to make his chops in the NFL. Go get the quarterback.
Well,
we don't have that.
All I'm saying is from what we covered within our scheme. What is Flores and Graham's stress above all else?
Let's be honest, right? Let's be honest.
And that aspect, Gross Matos and Epinesa are performing at a higher level than what
I will say this. Chase Young this past weekend against Michigan, he disappeared. He literally had 0 tackles.
Locked him up.
He had zeros everywhere.
Hey,
they sent the fullback at him.
No. He was messed up.
They singled him. They singled him
before the college football play.
They talked about it.
Ohio State was winning before that, regardless. Ohio State was going to win that game whether Chase was productive or not. You could have said him, make sure he didn't get one of those things.
But here's the thing. Chase Young already in the draft, man.
Exactly.
He
Yeah,
already in the draft right now, man.
He killed his Heisman. He killed his Heisman hopes with the performance against Michigan. That's all.
Exactly.
He's already in the draft, waiting to go across the stage, #1 overall, man.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
Ohio State.
Michigan
Burrow's
consistently sent three people
Burrow
to knock him off.
Might be right.
You know what I mean? They had to tackle. They clipped him with the tight end. They actually chipped him with the fullback at times. So, you know what I mean? But that in itself, to me, speaks to how dynamic the kid is, that you got to dedicate every play 2 or 3 people just to stop the dude. You feel me? So, if you got to do all that, somebody else supposed to eat.
Well, he was singled up. He was singled up for the Georgia game Sunday. He got erased. Gross Matos, when they played Michigan, he had 2.5 sacks, 2 tackles for loss. The dude was everywhere all in that game.
Hey, I like him. Hey,
we like Gross Matos.
I like him. If you can get him with the Pittsburgh pick, he's gonna be around.
Yeah, I'm not saying I don't like the kid. I like him. I like his story. I hate the fact that
Flores is the right coach for him.
That dude is destined to be in football, because when he was playing softball or baseball with his brother, they was at a game and they were going into the dugout because of a lightning issue. Right, his brother told him to go to the car. He was gonna go out and catch balls with his brother, and his brother managed. He went to the car, and his brother walked out to the mound and got killed and he got struck and dead from lightning, and lost his father. Listen, his dad, who couldn't swim, on a fishing trip, his dad dove into the water to save him, pulled him out of the water, and his dad drowned. You know what I mean? So there's 2 instances where people have lost their lives for him to be here. So, and that's what he said. He planned because this is what he's supposed to do. Now, he's a late bloomer, but the kid has huge upside, and I like him. So I'm not saying we shouldn't take him. I'm saying that we gonna be either way.
I'm not trying to utilize his story, but when you got that kind of story, you're giving everything you got.
Yeah.
You're putting everything into it, man.
I'm telling y'all right now, our #1 pick is going to be Andrew Thomas.
Oh, I think he might be gone before. I think the Jets could take him. To be honest,
we're gonna pick 4 or 5.
Or the
I think he'll be gone. Jets going to get Judy, man.
Hey, the more Miami wins,
they need protection for Darnold, man. Bad.
They can go get Swift.
And same with Redskins.
They're going to get a receiver first for Darnold, bro.
Redskins are going to lose Trent Williams, so they may skip over Chase Young and go, and then Chase Young falls to the Jets, and then you're sitting at 4. And I still say Jeff Okudah, because guess what? He's allowed a QB rating of under 40 this season.
Hell no, not
under 40.
Hey, look what Odell and Jarvis did to us 2 weeks ago.
What did they do all game? Needham played well. What are you talking about?
Look, man, come on, bro. Odell and Jarvis Landry killed us, man.
Jarvis beat him on that. Jarvis
did not kill him.
Jarvis ate him on that slant, and then he stared him down right after it.
So what, dude? That's one play.
And then he beat him. Well, Crawley left him out to dry. Crawley left him out to dry on the second.
Odell Beckham is arguably the best receiver in the entire NFL.
That's the second. That's the second.
No, he ain't. Devontae Parker the best, baby.
And you gonna sit up there and criticize Needham for playing an undrafted rookie? Come on, man. Stop.
That wasn't the slant. That was the second, and that was on Crawley, because I don't know what Crawley was doing on that touchdown. And then Needham switched up his coverage and went to go break on Odell. So that I don't put that. But the slant, he got chewed by Jarvis, and then Jarvis stared at him.
That's on a 1 yard line, and Baker Mayfield made a perfect pass. There's no defense.
Jarvis gives everybody a chance, though.
No.
He's crazy.
Them dudes are running free all. Them dudes are running free all over our secondary.
Hey, do you not know Needham? Needham since he
Crawley was terrible. Crawley was awful.
Do you not know Needham since he built up enough snap totals? He's been the highest rated rookie corner in the entire NFL. Do you not know that?
I was backing him last week. I'm just saying what happened.
Stop. All I'm saying is,
you can't ever have enough quality DBs, though, man.
I get it. I get it, BallGame. All I'm saying is, if this dude continues to trend in the direction that he's been trending in, Why would you waste a top 10 pick on a slot quarterback? Why?
There ain't gonna be no slot.
Okudah is not.
Okudah ain't gonna be no slot.
Here's the thing. We're gonna end up winning 2 more games. We're gonna fall to 6 or 7 and draft Tua anyways because we're out of the top 5.
Win 3 games.
Exactly.
Hold on, you think we get Tua with the first pick?
I said at least 2 more wins, so we're gonna at least 2 more wins.
That's my ideal scenario. That's my ideal scenario.
So we're gonna be able to.
Hold on, back up for a second. You still on Tua as the first pick?
Hey, have you watched Justin Herbert? Have you watched Justin Herbert lately? I would take a one-legged Tua over Justin Herbert because I don't know if you watched him at Arizona State, but he got outplayed by a true freshman, Jaden Daniels.
I don't want. Hey man, I want Justin. I don't care. I want Justin Fields.
I told you 3 weeks ago, it all blew up when I said it was a big drop off from Tua to the rest of the class. After watching Herbert, who's the number 3, the last 2 weeks, I stand by my statement. It's a disaster.
It's a big drop
for the record, man.
It's a big drop
for the record,
and everybody else, including Joe Burrow.
Jordan Love is the only one to touch. Jordan Love's the only one. For the record, EM, people even paying for you to stop that mess, man.
Okay.
Stop. Just stop, man. Stop.
Get that nonsense off that screen. I don't even know who that fool is.
Quint Riddle.
Shout out to Quint,
Riddle
man.
actually knowledgeable. If I'm thinking of the right one, Quint Riddle is.
I doubt it. I doubt his knowledge level. You telling me to stop it? I doubt it. But go ahead.
It is though. I heard
he put money behind his words. He know what he's talking about.
Yeah,
he donated for you to stop that mess.
What was his rebuttal? What did you tell me to stop it about?
He just says, "Stop, EM." That's the best rebuttal I done heard all night.
Give me an example.
Hey, quit, man!
You put words in his mouth. You put words in a man's mouth. That's not fair. Obviously, something you said.
What's that? I
said we can't put words in his mouth. He would have to specifically tell us what he wants to
asking. That's what I'm asking you or any of y'all to ask him. What is his rebuttal? What is he trying to rebut?
He can hear you, but shout out to Jersey Dolphin with the donation. It didn't show up on that was Jersey, baby. With the $10 donation, it didn't show up on Streamlabs because it didn't have a message with it. But I wanted to say shout out to Jersey Dolphins for the donation supporting the channel, man. But yeah, man, listen, man, I don't even know how Tua got brought in this conversation, man. He ain't got 2 legs to stand on, man. I don't even know how he got brought in this. If Tua gonna get brought in this, don't make me start with Tannehill. So let's keep on talking about these draft prospects before y'all get something started now.
Well, since you put it that way, I might have to be quiet because I do not want to talk about no damn Ryan Tannehill ever again, bro.
Definitely not.
I don't want to talk about no damn Ryan.
Definitely not.
Yeah, because you want to avoid the truth. Talk to him, Mr. BallGame. I hear you, Mr. BallGame.
Bro.
Talk to me when he wins Super Bowl.
We can go Tannehill if y'all want.
Talk to me when he wins.
Don't do it. No.
Tannehill look good on Sunday, man.
Oh my God.
You know what? Don't get fooled by it.
What you mean? Don't get fooled. I watched him run play action, man. I watched him drop a dime so sweet into the back of the end zone, man.
You know what?
Come on, bro.
I want y'all to remember every game he played for Miami. When you saw when they were panning on Dan Marino and the owner up in the box, and they saw you could just see them like, we gotta let this guy go.
Nah.
Yes, you know it. They were panning that box, and you could see that they were drained watching that guy just mess up, fumble.
I never saw that.
I don't remember that, but it was it all him though, man. That's what people don't seem to understand, man. Quarterback is only as good as a supporting cast, bro. Like come on, man. We never gave Tannehill what he needed. We never did.
Never.
I guess that was the top wide receiver in receptions. He had Jarvis,
right?
I think Mike Wallace might have been going. He probably wasn't. You had Jarvis, right?
What did we give him? Tell me what we gave him.
They gave him Tunsil, right?
When? Late. Late. You criticize him.
Hold on. Let's get this straight now. The Tunsil years were the Tannehill injury years.
Oh my gosh.
What are you talking about? What do you mean?
The Tunsil years were the Tannehill injury years.
Tannehill got hurt against Arizona, right? The guy came up the middle, hit him late, took his knee out. That's when he got
Calais
hurt.
Campbell.
Right, Calais
when he was 8-2. Okay,
8-2. No, he was. Whoa. He started out 1-4. Right?
Hold on. His last 10 games, from my understanding, before he got hurt, he was 8-2.
Yeah, what was his first 4 games?
I don't recall that season, the first 4. I'll go look it up.
1-4. Remember
I think you got. I don't know. I think you got. Are you talking about when? Are you talking about when we fired the coach and put Dan Campbell as the?
No.
That was the year we were 1-4, wasn't it?
Nope. Because if you remember, they started out with Arian Foster as the running back. They wouldn't even play a Jai. They wouldn't let a Jai get on the plane.
Is this when Arian Foster went down?
And they put Jay Ajayi in there, and that's when they went on the 8-2.
Okay, but he went on the 8-2 run because he had a running game.
He had a running game.
And he had is that whenever Tunsil, Brandon Albert, and all those boys, Pouncey was there?
The Unicorns.
Yeah.
Yeah, when he finally had a decent O-line. And he finally had a few receivers.
They
still didn't have a great defense. Still didn't have a good defense, but that's why they look great.
But if you remember, he had all that still, and he barely beat the Rams. He stunk up the joint the entire game to the last 2 drives in the fourth quarter.
Come on. Are we talking about Bearleys?
It's true. It's true.
Hey,
it's true.
Only thing that matters is he beat him. Did he not beat him?
It don't matter if you win by 40, if you win by 1 point.
Right. He will fool you. He will get you to thinking, okay, Tannehill's got it. Man, we're going to do good with Tannehill. And all of a sudden, he'll play in a Cincinnati game and should have threw the ball away. He done threw it at the guy's helmet. They done intercepted it, ran it back.
Hey, so let me ask you a question. So the defensive end didn't come clean off the edge?
Of course. Throw the ball away.
Come on, man. Hey, by the time, listen, you saw the play just like everybody else. By the time that ball hit his hands, he wasn't even all the way to his drop point yet, bro.
What about the one when he rolled out to the left and got hit?
I asked TD about.
And he got hit, and they took that ball and ran it back. Remember,
he made a mistake. Okay, how about this? Right now, I am rooting for Tannehill, not just because he's Tannehill, because Tannehill has the ability. No. I want y'all to really think about this. Y'all better think about this. Nobody's talking about it. Tannehill has the ability. I know y'all will say, "Oh, he ain't gonna get it done," but he has the opportunity to keep the Houston Texans out of the playoffs this year. Did y'all know that? And he has to play them twice for the end of the season, and they can get into the playoffs.
Just so that pick of ours drops.
Exactly. The Houston Texans pick might not even make the playoffs. If Tannehill and Tennessee can beat them those 2 games, that will not be a playoff pick. That will be a really good pick for us if they don't make the playoffs. And Tannehill and Derrick Henry and those boys have the opportunity to make that happen. Not only Tennessee, but he can also keep the Steelers out of the playoffs.
Exactly.
Nobody's talking about that. I'm rooting extra hard for Tannehill.
We know that Tannehill, we rely on Tannehill to help us and do that. It's not going to happen.
All right. You know what? You might be right.
TD, I got something for you.
Man, the hate is real.
I got something for you.
Tannehill, he's done nothing.
Tannehill is 5. Hey, he's 5-1 as a starter with Tennessee with 4 game-winning drives, and since he's become the quarterback, their points became
Pause. 4 game-winning drives, and they're legit. Fourth quarter down, taking it down the field, leading his team, the one who gets it in the end zone.
And since he's become the quarterback,
he didn't do it for us, but he's doing it now.
And
in the regular season.
Go ahead, Reason.
No, and since he's become the quarterback, they've become number 3 in the league at points per game as well. They've also become number 1 in red zone efficiency at 71.9% since he's been the quarterback. And actually, Miami's number 3 at 67.7%. But the numbers aren't lying since Tennessee's come in.
What? I agree with everything that you say. And that's good. But at the end of the day, when you count on him and need him the most, he's going to let you down. I've seen it too many times. Done with it.
I don't think they put it all on his shoulders, though. That's the thing.
Huh?
Listen,
they're not putting it all on his shoulders.
It's not.
I'm gonna tell you this.
On his shoulders in Miami.
Listen.
They brought him in more. They brought him in all kind of wide receivers. They brought in Mike Wallace, a speed guy.
Yeah, but it ain't his fault. We had 3rd and 15 all the time.
We brought in a Mike Wallace. We brought in a broke down Mike Wallace.
No. He wasn't broke down when he left Pittsburgh.
He wasn't Mike Wallace when the Steelers knock it out.
Why?
He did drop a lot of passes.
So who he played with? Who Mike Wallace went on and played with after he left us?
He probably played with Baltimore Eagles.
Played with Baltimore.
And what did he do?
Not much.
Okay. All right.
But you're not understanding. When he had Ben Roethlisberger,
how many guys? Right? Hey, how many receivers since Roethlisberger has been the quarterback there have come out of there, got big money contracts with another team, and they've crapped the bed?
Exactly. Because he
Tannehill's not Roethlisberger. Tannehill's not Roethlisberger.
You're right.
Emmanuel Sanders.
I'm gonna say what I said last week. If you can win a Super Bowl, if you can win a Super Bowl with an average quarterback like Trent Dilfer, you can win with a guy like Ryan Tannehill. It's just all about the pieces. It's all about the pieces.
You know what? I'm gonna end it with this, okay?
You remember Jeff George? Jeff George could throw the ball better than anybody. Could sling the rock. He couldn't win.
Of course,
because he didn't have that mechanism in him to win. Now, granted, Dilfer, they got lucky. They had a defense and all that. They got lucky.
That wasn't luck. That's who they were. That wasn't luck.
They got lucky.
Game manager. That's all they said. Game manager.
They got lucky. They got hit at the right time.
When I said about Brad Johnson, E.m. brought up, Brad Johnson made a Pro Bowl. Go look up Brad Johnson's Pro Bowl numbers. The guy had 26 touchdowns and 12 picks around that. Those are the exact same numbers Tannehill was putting up. It's just because it's a different era. Look at the Pro Bowl year.
Again, that's two different eras. That's 2 different eras. It was much more difficult to play quarterback in his era than it is now.
But they never asked him to do it. They never asked him to push the ball. He was just a game manager. That's all Tennessee is asking Tannehill to do. It's on Derrick Henry's back. It's not on Tannehill's back.
And that's
it's on Derrick Henry.
And that's what we're saying.
Yeah, but that still proves the point. If you can win with Derrick Henry, I'm still saying if you put the pieces around him, he can win. I'm not saying he's going to carry the team.
Well, can I just say something?
I've never once said he'll carry them.
What did I say about Tannehill? I said he was not the right quarterback at the right time for our team. Did I not say that? So we didn't have to.
I don't know how anybody could be the right quarterback at the right time with 5 different
because I'm going
4 different coaches.
Hang on, because I'm going by what according to your theory, what we didn't have around him. So he's 31. He's 30 years old. You got another coach. He's gotten 2 coaches fired now. 2.
He did.
Yeah, stop that, man.
Tannehill did.
Hey, bro.
Tannehill got him fired.
Tannehill got him fired.
Did y'all know?
Hang
Did
on.
you know that Joe Philbin wanted to draft Derek Carr?
Joe Philbin is an idiot. He's a
terrible
coach.
That's true. That's true.
Is Derek Carr not
he had Tannehill there?
He shouldn't be
Derek
coaching high
Carr
school.
not better than Tannehill?
He had Tannehill there. He wanted to draft Derek Carr. They wouldn't allow him to do it. If you remember, like Phinsanity said the last time we were on, Joe Philbin was talking about benching him when they went to London. He caught fire. They beat Oakland because he was under that pressure
until Derek Carr got hurt. Let's make
no,
that
they were beating him. They blew him out.
The Raiders were giving us the business, Dad. The Raiders were moving and driving. Then Derek Carr got hurt and everything just went our way.
Derek Carr got hurt in the fourth quarter. Miami beat them 37-10.
I'm talking about the year before.
No, I'm talking about when they went to London.
2 years then.
No, the year in London, that was Derek Carr's first year.
Yeah, I don't think the kid got hurt.
I don't understand. Don't you think everybody in our community deserves better than having these weekly Ryan Tannehill conversations? Don't you agree?
No, because them the same people who gonna do our next quarterback the same way when they realize it's the same people gonna do our next quarterback the same way.
You put Tannehill on a playoff contending team and you say he's balling now? Get out of here. That's easy to say. You can put Derek Carr on that team.
They wasn't playoff contenders before he took over to do
They were 2-4. They were 2-4.
They've been one quarterback, their backup quarterback.
Same team, basically. Delaney Walker got hurt early, so that also affected some of Mariota's numbers. But do not forget that last year, that Tennessee team was playing a wild card game against the Colts. So yes, they were a playoff contending team. They brought everybody back for the most part. You feel me? So it's not like he had a revamp roster and he's just doing it. Of course he won't ball out. Mariota was putting up big numbers. The only thing he couldn't do was win.
You can't find me one person that said when the season started or even through week 6 that Tennessee was a contender. Nobody was saying that. Nobody. Don't do that. Come on now. Tennessee.
Tannehill was Miami's quarterback. How many sports announcers? Deion Sanders was always kicking. Miami's got to get a better quarterback. Tannehill's not the guy. Everybody was saying that.
Now look at Deion. Now look at Deion calling him. Now he calling them. Now he calling them
because he won a game.
Sunday night saying you ball, you get the call.
When he fails in the playoffs, if he gets there, they're going to say Tennessee is got to get a quarterback.
Y'all going to see. You're
going to see. Y'all talking about Tannehill. Tannehill's gone. He's no longer
hey, let me say this. In about 2 weeks, Tannehill is going to hit his head on that ceiling like I've been telling y'all. He will be right on schedule. He will be right on time. Mm-hmm. He is going to knock himself out from hitting his head on that ceiling. And I want TD, BallGame, and all you other idiots out there that's on this channel.
Are we name calling now?
They're not idiots.
Hey, on this Tannehill hype train, I want y'all to keep that same energy.
What a hype at? Are we saying that the dude is doing well?
Ask all the receivers that played with Tannehill what kind of quarterback they think he is.
Well, I'll tell you right now, the receivers in Tennessee are saying he's better than Marcus Mariota, who was picked higher than him.
I guarantee you, Jarvis Landry is not
Mariota's trash. Mariota's trash.
I guarantee you, Jarvis is not saying it. I guarantee you, Devontae Parker is not saying it. Kenny Stills is not saying it.
What's up, man?
Albert Wilson, all those guys.
Man, y'all, these 3 people up here,
he's that type of quarterback.
The hate is real.
Juju Smith sure saying he's better than what I had.
Who?
Sorry, Juju Smith. The tight end from Tennessee. The guy who stepped in for Delaney. Yeah, stepped in for Delaney.
You know why? Because he's played with him 5 games, so he's fooled. The guys that played with him for years. Ask those guys.
Yeah. The numbers are there. The numbers aren't lying. The numbers aren't lying right now. The numbers don't back.
Devontae Parker got better numbers in 4 games.
Yeah, because he has a different quarterback. He has a different quarterback right now. He has Fitzpatrick. He's a gunslinger.
He's got a better quarterback, right?
Okay, no, he's a gunslinger.
I'm not saying it's better. I'm saying, I think the whole thing with Parker doesn't have anything to do with who the quarterback is at all. I think it's a whole other situation.
Fitzpatrick, get him the ball. Even with the games he played with Devontae, he couldn't give him the ball. He threw bad passes. Come on, y'all saw this.
Fitzpatrick is better suited for high point catching receivers because they'll throw the ball.
Okay, but did y'all see this? Since 2012, you've seen it.
When we had the unicorn line with Tunsil, Pouncey, and Albert, he produced.
Who produced?
Tannehill did.
No, the guy that was producing was the guy that was running the ball.
Go look at his Tannehill's
Look at the stats.
But
Tannehill's
his
best is always
QBR
been there. That wasn't even Tannehill's best year.
His QBR is 54.5.
That wasn't even Tannehill's best year that year.
52.9.
And
That's his QBR when he balling out with a 50 in QBR. Y'all crazy. Y'all look at that rate thing, and the rate is high, but QBR, actual efficiency, y'all crazy. 50s and the median.
All right,
the man was throwing up
50s in QBR.
Okay, Skip Bayless. Okay, Skip Bayless. Okay, Skip Bayless. QBR ain't everything.
That's it. You got it right. There you go. Skip, that's what you sound like. Too. You sound like Skip Bayless right now.
Yeah, you sound like Skip Bayless, man. QBR ain't everything.
Listen,
I'll tell you, that's better than Tannehill.
reason. Listen to this.
We could play Would You Rather.
That year that he went 8-2.
Yo, you put Tannehill on Dallas, and they're probably 7-5.
No,
Crazy.
no.
Oh, gosh.
He's not better than Dak.
Reason I love you so much because
Yo, Dak, come on, Dak. Mid-tier. I'm always gonna stick with it, mid-tier. Let me see that guy go with no Zeke Elliott. Let me see that guy go without the best offensive line in football. Let me see without the best wide receiver in football right now.
What about the time when Ezekiel missed?
We saw what
you got Michael Gallup. You got Michael Gallup.
How many games did he miss that one year he got suspended?
Hey, we saw what Tannehill was without the weapons he has now at his disposal. We saw what he looked like.
Hasn't Dak made the playoffs?
Dak's better than Tannehill, but he's a mid-tier quarterback. He's not a top 10 quarterback.
Has Tannehill ever played in the playoffs or ever made it?
No, because he got hurt. Because he got hurt. He should have. It was more than
how about this, guys?
Has he ever played in the playoffs?
No, he hasn't. How about this? I won't even bring up Tannehill as much anymore. But can y'all answer me this? I want to hear from you first, C007.
I got you.
And I don't want your answer to be it ain't gonna happen. Just play along with me for a second.
I can't do that.
If Tannehill go to the Super Bowl,
no.
If Tannehill goes to the Super Bowl this year,
it'd be on the ticket.
I'm just saying.
I
want to know what you would have to say.
They give every team.
What will you have to say?
You get there as a backup, no problem. You get there as a backup, no problem.
Go to the Super Bowl.
Mariota not getting that job back.
The only
you think he's a long-term answer for Tennessee? You're crazy.
He's not getting that job back. Mariota not getting that job back.
No,
Daniel's not the long-term answer in Tennessee.
Yeah. I'm just saying. Mariota ain't gonna be there.
Super Bowl, right?
Mariota's Mark Sanchez 2.0.
Right?
What happened?
So the only way Tannehill's going to the Super
minus
Bowl,
the championship, minus
he
the
gets one of those 2 tickets that they give to every team. But
listen,
he ain't playing.
That's not what I asked. I asked you if he does go to the Super Bowl playing and he's in the Super Bowl, what are your thoughts?
That he gonna lose.
Okay. Even if he lose, but what are your thoughts?
You know what I'll say? Finally, since 2012, he got to the playoffs. Finally, okay, he got there.
He's had an epic.
Hold
on.
Still above him.
Hold on. Since 2012, let's be honest here. Since 2012, he's had to put up, when he was a Dolphin, he had to put up with not only inept coaching, bad O-line, because for the first 4 years, he's the most sacked quarterback in the NFL. He also had to put up with the freaking New England Patriots. So it was a recipe for disaster. If you're going to beat the Patriots,
he's got a winning record probably against the Patriots down in Miami. So they would usually split when New England came to Miami.
Yeah, but who's winning more games in the season based upon coaching alone?
Because he's a bad quarterback.
He ain't no bad quarterback. Stop that, man.
He's above average. He's above average. He's above average.
52.7 is above average.
He's above average. And you can win with above average.
Hey, look, in all fairness, all jokes aside, Tannehill is not garbage. I've never said he was garbage. What I said is that he's mediocre. I want an upgrade for mediocrity.
I'm gonna say this.
I don't want a quarterback. I don't want a quarterback that we have to assemble a perfect roster around him, which that don't exist in the NFL. A perfect situation for him.
It has.
I want a quarterback that elevates everyone else around.
So hold on. Was Joe Flacco not in a perfect situation when he won?
Was Joe Flacco better than Tannehill?
Again,
no.
Nope. At that
Joe
time,
Flacco. I'll take Joe Flacco twice on Sundays over Tannehill.
I would too.
I take Eli Manning.
Clearly.
Same thing.
Hold on. Are we talking? Hold on. Are we talking prime or today? Because if we're talking today, I'm taking Tannehill.
No.
If we're talking prime. Prime. Then of course.
I haven't had a prime yet. That's the question.
Is Tannehill prime?
This is his prime.
I take Eli prime. I take Eli prime out of all three of those guys. Eli all day.
Absolutely.
Man, listen. Let me do this, man. Do y'all think Devontae Parker going to the Pro Bowl?
No, because the bias.
No.
We won't get votes because they thought we were tanking.
As much as I would say it, as I want to believe he will.
He's Pro Bowl worthy, so
he deserves
Pro Bowl
it.
in my book.
He deserves it.
But you remember, Miami's had players that deserved. Remember, Rashad Jones was the best safety, and they didn't even take him.
He said
Jarvis got
in though.
Huh?
Jarvis got in.
Yeah,
that was receptions. Them numbers.
But you know something though?
Yeah, but
it's not.
Got decent
numbers.
Though,
if you look at,
Jarvis barely had 1,000 yards.
One year they took X, and that's the only player they took.
If you look at,
I don't know why.
Yeah, he did.
What? Because he's one of the best corners in the league.
If you look at Devontae's numbers, I mean, if you look at his numbers and you project him out for the rest of the, for these last 4 games, I mean, really, what receivers have really been tearing the NFL up this year? Odell is down; his numbers are down. AB is not in the league anymore, with the exception of maybe Michael Thomas. I mean, what other receivers that's been absolutely just been tearing that you can clearly say they're having over Devontae Parker's numbers? They're clearly having a better season.
I like Cortland Sutton from Denver. I mean, having to catch passes from Flacco does put him like in a more opportunistic place. But Cortland Sutton, even with losing Emmanuel Sanders, his production still hasn't stopped. So I would give him a Pro Bowl nod.
Devontae deserves it, but they don't like Miami players for some reason.
But
that's about to change, though.
And also the lack of talent that he has around him, offensive lack of quarterback having a lack of offensive, that might serve in his favor. He's putting up he's giving you this kind of production with subpar talent. What the perception is, we have subpar talent, and he's putting up these kind of numbers. That might work in his favor. I hope
he's got to sustain it, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he still got a ball these last 4 games.
Right. Because, he still got to go up against New England.
He don't have to put up 150 yards.
No, but he
probably got to average. He probably got to average 70 or 80.
Yeah, he's got to show up in those games.
He's been doing that all year. He's been getting you.
He has some drop passes in there too.
A game.
He's had some drop passes.
They dropped a lot of passes. Rosen hit him with. So.
Yep.
Yeah, he had to throw that in there. Oh yeah, I knew BallGame. I was waiting on when that was coming. He had to get Rosen in here somehow.
It's true.
Hey, he's just sitting chilling right now. Watch what happened. Yeah,
reading the newspaper.
Keep hitting me with the hand, but you're gonna be wanting to shake it when it's all said and done.
No.
Every time I tell you something, you have to come back and you be like, you know what, BallGame, you were right.
You know what, BallGame?
Keep watching.
BallGame.
You mark my words.
BallGame. You from Florida, right?
Yes, sir. All day.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this right now, and it's on tape. If Josh Rosen turns out to be the answer,
the chosen,
because now that me and TD linked up.
Chosen Rosen, baby.
This coming up following year, I'm at least try to make it down there for at least 3 games. I'm already putting that plan in place.
Okay.
So if he actually turns out, now the world is listening to me now, they're watching. If Rosen turns out to be something, I'm gonna take you and your wife out to dinner of any restaurant of you and y'all's choice. I don't know Miami. I ain't from Miami, never been. So if he turns out to be something, and I hope he does. I don't want y'all to think I'm hating on it. I hope he does. I just want elite play at that position, no matter what color, no matter what size, no matter what speed. I want elite play from that position. And if
Go ahead and start setting your money off to the side, bro.
I hear you. I hope so. I hope so. The dinner y'all's choice.
We want the same thing, man.
I think he's going to be okay, but he's kind of frail.
He's the bench. He's the bench. I saw someone talk about him today, and they say Strong Opinion Sports, Zach Schaumler, he actually played college quarterback too. He does film analysis, breaks everyone down. He's done film analysis on Josh Rosen, actually. Anyways, he said he's totally given up on him because he's like, I've learned by watching Fitzpatrick with the Dolphins, Josh Rosen just doesn't galvanize his teammates. He doesn't have that in him, and a guy like Fitzpatrick does, and that's why we're getting the play that we're getting out of our offense right now, which has always been a knock on him.
I tell you what, I bet you Tua can rally the troops.
What about Jalen Hurts?
He's a leader. He's a natural born leader.
What about Jalen?
I bet you Tua will.
Hey, I'm sure they probably said the same thing about Garoppolo too, and he sat behind Tom for a while. But when you sit and learn, and you ain't rushed into the job, and you can actually sit back and watch things, and you can actually get to know guys and spend some time learning as opposed to being rushed out there and pushed into action when you ain't really ever had an opportunity to learn really what they want from you, things will be a little bit different. So I'm still riding with my boy until it's all said and done, until I see something different. So
I think it's because you have a personal connection to him.
No, it's because I know that taking these young boys out of college, they need to sit. I'm 100%. Tell me one other than Lamar, and Lamar doing a lot of it with his legs, and he dumping the ball off the running backs and tight ends. What other young quarterback under the age of 22 right now is successful in the league?
Phinsanity, you always charge me up about my.
Tell me one. Somebody, I'm waiting. Somebody give it to me.
Hang on.
You said under 22 ball game?
Under 22, 23 years of age.
Phinsanity, you always charge me up.
Allen.
Josh Allen is doing a lot of his stuff too with his legs now. Come on now.
So is Lamar.
And they handing the ball. That's what I said. Him and Lamar both. They dumping the ball off the tight ends. They dumping the ball off the running backs.
But it's working, right?
He ain't going deep. The only person he's throwing the ball to up there in Buffalo is what that boy name is. That little short, small wide receiver they got.
Beasley.
Yeah.
But it's working.
Yeah, you're right. They're not going deep.
Spot guys extension of your tight end.
It's working.
Hey, Kyler Murray could be rookie of the year. He's 22.
Rookie of the year?
Yes.
No,
Josh Jacobs is above him. I'm sorry.
Dude,
Josh Jacobs gonna win that, bro.
Josh Jacobs.
Man, Kyler Murray 3-8-1.
Yeah, but when he has to work with, he got 3 wins. I'm amazed. He got the same thing that No. He had the same thing that Rosen had. All they did was they added Sweezy, the guard from the Giants, and they changed to an air raid. But even it doesn't because the line play is still as bad, even under our air raid offense, which is get the ball deep, get the ball out quick, and he can't because he's running for his life. Still turning out. Other than that Rams game,
the quarterback's supposed to make the difference.
Other than that Rams game, they've been in almost every game basically too.
Still ain't winning them. He ain't. That's like me starting this narrative. That's like me starting this narrative like y'all do everybody else. Yeah, but he's not a winner. He can't win in this league.
He looks 1,000 times better than what Rosen did.
Still can't win. He can't win in this league.
Right now, Josh Jacobs is the favorite to an offensive rookie of the year, and it's not even close. Like I'm looking at the numbers right now, and it's not even close. He's minus 305. The next guy is already on the plus 305. So that means it's not. Think about it on the number line. It's not even close.
Yeah, but I personally think what he's done with Arizona is better than what Oakland has done with Josh Jacobs. The fact that Arizona even has 3 wins and a tie, and they tied in their first game, in his first professional game, and that was a comeback. He was down like 20 points.
And they tied Baltimore. Was that Baltimore?
And they should have beat San Fran.
They were down like 20 points, and he came back and tied. And they played San Fran hard every time. I'm telling you,
Kyler Murray just can't get the job done, man. Kyler Murray can't get the job done, bro.
Kyler Murray's special, man.
What did he do Sunday? He looked atrocious.
Yeah, but okay,
He
one
beat
game.
the Bengals and the Giants, and then he beat the Falcons, who are.
You're not watching the games. You're just looking at the stats. Go watch his.
But I'm saying, look at the teams. I get it.
Yeah,
Who's
go watch him
balling?
against
I
the
know
Niners.
who's balling.
Go watch him against the Niners both times. He gave the Niners fits.
No, he can't. He can't win games. He can't win games. I'm gonna start acting like some of y'all. He can't win games.
What did he do against the Saints?
So you're saying, Kyler Murray looked atrocious. What did Rosen look like?
He can't win games. He can't. He can't win games.
What did
He
Rosen
can't
do
win
last
games.
time he
I'm
started?
talking about Kyler Murray right now. He can't win games.
Multiple 300+ yard games as a
You
rookie.
see? Do y'all see how that? Do y'all see how that feel? You see how that feel? I agree with y'all. I agree with y'all. But you see how that feel? When I just say he can't win games because that's what y'all do.
He's better than Tannehill.
Oh Lord, you know what? You on the Tannehill hate club. You pay.
He's better than
Tannehill. By the Tannehill hate
He's
club.
better than Tannehill.
You getting paid by the Tannehill hate club.
First of all, how did he come out number 8 in the draft anyway?
Because he was legit
to me. How did he come out number 8?
Tannehill, hey, truth be told, all fairness, in all fairness, Tannehill might turn around. He might turn out to be the third best quarterback in that to come out of that draft.
He the only one left.
When it's all said and done.
He almost the only one left in that draft.
He's gonna be the first one.
And guess what? And the other two that are going already has played in more playoff games than he played in.
First one. He's gonna be the first one. And why he still survived? Why he still there?
Was taken. Who was the first 2 taken?
Andrew and Robert.
Yeah. And they both played in more playoff games than what Tannehill's ever going to play in.
And who's still surviving? And who's still surviving?
Huh? He's another Fitzpatrick.
Hey,
he ain't no Fitzpatrick.
Hey,
Fitzpatrick ain't never hold a helm for 7 years.
Fitzpatrick probably going to play in more playoff games.
TD, the people.
What's up?
TD, the people deserve better within our community, bro. This buffoonery, it needs to stop. We need to stop this.
All right, don't worry. Time will tell, as it always does.
The people deserve so much better.
Time will tell.
They do.
Time will tell, as it always does.
I want to
hear y'all still making excuses when he got that ring.
I'm talking about John Brown, not Beasley.
Yeah, John Brown. You taking Tannehill over Watson?
Deshaun Watson?
Yeah.
No. Not at all.
Okay.
Over Lamar?
Now you're talking with some
Absolutely
sense.
Not.
Now you're talking with a little sense.
Russell Wilson?
No, not at all.
Would you take him over Kaepernick?
Yes, I would. Definitely.
What about Kirk Cousins? What about Kirk Cousins?
I would. Absolutely.
What? Oh my God! Are you? Oh wow! Really?
Kirk Cousins, man.
Man, y'all reaching now. I'm giving y'all my honest thoughts. I'm giving y'all my honest thoughts.
You're not taking him over Josh Allen. You may think about taking him over Darnold, and you would never take him. He was the third best quarterback in our division.
I'll take him over Josh Allen.
People were talking about Josh Allen the same way They were talking about Josh Allen like they talk about Daniel Jones. So I don't want to hear that. Just because you're having a good season this year, the Buffalo Bills did a really good job of rebuilding that team and putting youth in place and bringing in quality veterans.
Did you see Josh Allen last week, Mr. BallGame?
What did they do?
Did you see Josh Allen last week back to pass? And he actually paused in the pocket.
Oh, yeah.
It was a play when he went back to pass. 1 second, two, he was dancing and he just paused.
Yeah, just
like,
what
do have
they
time.
Do? They drafted a quarterback, right?
Yeah, but he was
They traded up to get him, right?
He was raw.
No, they put the offense around.
Yeah, he's just got a big arm and he's really super athletic.
I know one thing, he had us scared down there last year, and she was at that game.
Who scared? What do you mean?
Josh Allen had the Dolphins scared when he came into Miami last year. And when
he won that game?
He beat us with his legs.
No,
he didn't win that game. Clay dropped the touchdown in the end zone.
Yeah, he was running around all over the place.
We won that game
with our head cut off.
Oh, Tannehill won that game? I digress.
What happened at the end of the season?
Was Tannehill playing?
I don't know.
Yeah, he was.
When?
Last year.
I don't know if he played that game.
Yeah, he did.
Against Buffalo.
Yeah, he did.
He was. I think I kept saying Tanny.
He was. He won.
It wasn't because of him.
I was waiting on your comeback. How we keep talking about Tannehill? I actually got off of Tannehill myself.
When you talked about remember the game when they played Oakland, and you say X ain't no good and he's a bum. Didn't X bail him out to fire that game last year?
Listen,
when he cut those 2 interceptions,
double bum.
So if he's a double bum, Tannehill's a triple.
At least.
Man, X ain't no bum. I'm just messing with y'all, man. But listen, man, I ain't talking about X until he can play a full season. Anywho,
that's fair.
Back to and it gotta be fair. And if y'all want to sit here and sit around delusional about that, what happened?
Tannehill ain't played a full season in a while.
It don't matter. Yeah, he done played 4 or 5 full seasons. That's all that matters. Anywho, listen, man. Listen, what do y'all think we're gonna end up doing with this O-line, though, man? Because we had some guys that we were really high on, but some of them starting to digress, and we still mixing it up. What's y'all thoughts on that?
Gonna take Sheriff. We're gonna take Thunny. If we can get him, probably. And then draft Thomas, and that's gonna be what we need because we already got Dieter's still raw. He still got upside. So,
what did you say?
Who do you think is regressing? Yeah. Who do you think is regressing?
Well, I mean, I was listening to Dave today. Reading what he had to say, and number one, De Guglielmo, the offensive line coach.
Oh, okay.
Man, he was basically breaking down a lot of these players. He kept on refusing to give Dieter the big ups. He said he's still young. You can't evaluate rookies. He kept on saying you can't evaluate rookies. You can't evaluate rookies to say what they're going to be because they're rookies. Right. They have so much to learn, even if they're playing well. I don't want to overemphasize how well or how bad he's playing. You just can't do that with rookies. So he just wouldn't give the ultimate praise for Dieter, but somebody who he was talking about, who we have a decision this offseason. I mean, conventional wisdom would tell you we'd be parting ways, but he's very high on him and probably want him to stick around next year. And that's
Kilgore. Please not Kilgore.
Yes.
Man, bro.
Yes, he said it out of his own mouth. He said one thing I go back and when I watch the film, he anchors the middle. He anchors the middle. That's the only thing that he says.
And that line is garbage. He's anchoring garbage is what he's doing.
But what he's saying is he's the only thing that's been consistent anchoring the middle. Everything else has been collapsing, give or take.
Bane had a pretty good game down there in the middle. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, he did. But the problem with Bane is the fact that Bane ain't been the guy in the middle since Kilgore been back. That's the thing. He didn't say anything bad about Bane, but at the same token, when Kilgore came back, Bane got shifted.
Well, because he's a combo guy. He's a center / guard. So yeah,
I'm looking to move off.
I know. And what I was reading was basically saying everybody expects him to move away from him, but the way Dave is talking, he's actually going to be advocating to keep him around.
Well,
so
I'll put it like this: I don't want him around as a starter. I think you can clearly upgrade from him. But if you want to keep him around for continuity and that veteran presence on the cheap, okay, well, I understand. Considering we got $160 million in cap space at our disposal, I can understand that. But I'm clearly, from a talent standpoint, I'm clearly looking to upgrade at that position. Clearly.
Yeah.
Whether that be free agency or the draft,
alignment
or both.
I prefer great. I like that kid from Wisconsin, Tyler
Badaz.
There you go.
Great center. He can also shift the guard too.
Yeah.
I like Humphrey from Oklahoma as well.
Yep. And who else?
I don't really trust that Oklahoma system though.
PFF. PFF loves us taking Josh Jones. That's 2 mock drafts in a row. They have us taking Josh Jones with the Houston pick from the offensive tackle from
He's
Houston.
solid. That kid's solid.
He's a big boy.
Big, yeah. He's a bruiser too.
He's
Yeah.
the highest graded pass protection lineman eligible for the draft.
But you know something, if we improve on the interior, and again, once free agency hits, I'm targeting Sheriff and I'm targeting Thuney. I think Thuney, whatever his name is.
Yeah, from New England.
Thuney from New England.
Yeah.
I'm plugging him on the left, and I'm plugging Sheriff on the right, and I'm on
guards.
Yeah. I'm targeting both of them. I'm targeting both of them.
Sheriff right guard, Thuney left guard.
Yeah.
They are ready to go. They are established players.
Thuney gonna get paid too.
Well, that's fine. I mean, we got $160 million at our disposal.
Well, hey, I said trenches. I'm down for spending money on the trenches and then drafting outside of that.
And see, keep in mind, this was a red shirt year. Brian Flores needs to. The clock is ticking, so he needs, just like this coming up year, he needs to treat it as such. This year was an anomaly. He's not going to have that same leash extension that he had this year. So we need to attack. We need to be aggressive in free agency, and we need to be aggressive in the draft. I want to see them 2 guards in Miami and either move Dieter to center. He's got that flexibility. Michael Dieter does. He played all 5 positions at Wisconsin. I would even look to move him at center. He might even be better.
Then you can go get Andrew Thomas and put him at left tackle because
put him at left tackle. And
you got a veteran right next to him to bring him along.
Exactly. And I would even look to keep Jesse Davis at right tackle.
Am I the only one who wants Wirfs over Andrew Thomas? He can play right or left, and Thomas can only play left, and Wirfs is bigger. And look what he's done at Iowa. Nate Stanley has tons of time to sit in the pocket, and Iowa's they don't have a very good team, and Wirfs jumps off the TV screen at you like Epinesa does.
I don't mind him. I don't mind that kid either.
Either one to be fine with me, bro.
My thing, EM, is let's hypothetically say Tua falls, okay? Let's say he's there for the Houston pick because I saw PFF had him going 27 to Green Bay. So let's say he's there. Yeah, today on their draft last night, mock draft. Anyways, you're going to want a right tackle if you're going with a lefty. That's all I'm saying. So Wirfs gives you that. Wirfs can play right or left, depending, so you can go either way.
But here's my philosophy as far as that is concerned. I understand we need an upgrade, but if we improve that much on the interior to where we can consistently run the football, that immediately, if we develop that, if we establish that, that'll automatically help out our pass protection.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because if we can consistently get 3.5 yards per carry, all of a sudden you sitting at 3rd and short. Yeah. Keep in mind, we don't have those issues until we're in 3rd and long situations and teams bring extra pressure. When teams just drop, when they bring 4, we're decent. We're decent. It's when they bring 6 and 7 is when we look like the line look like a deer in headlights. So if we can establish that run game, we get 3.5 yards per carry, and that is light years ahead of what we're averaging now. What about 1 point something? Historically worse. That immediately, automatically, your pass protection is improved because Fitzpatrick, Tua, whoever they have back there, Rosen, they're not in 3rd and long situations. So teams, when it's not 3rd and long like that, teams necessarily they'll be hesitant to bring extra pressure like that because the run game, as far as moving the chains, is still a threat. You see what I'm saying? So immediately, that's just me. If we immediately improve on the interior and we can establish a consistent running game, we can get by with Jesse Davis. We don't have to spend a high draft pick on the right tackle. Left, absolutely, but on the right side, no matter who is back there. So at least that's my philosophy.
Well, the thing with Tua is the right would be his blind side, right? But this is
we're not getting to him.
Last week. This is why I said last week, if we're getting a quarterback, whoever it is, through free agency and draft, You guys would hate me because I would spend all my money and I'd spend all my high draft picks on that O-line because if that quarterback doesn't work out, we can plug someone else in there and they can reap the benefits and are like what you said. Let's talk about 2nd and 4s, 3rd and 2s, those short down situations, which we haven't really seen a lot lately over these past few years. We need to put our quarterbacks in and our team in general, our offense in general, in better positions on those 3rd downs.
TD, one thing. Do you know who Solo D is?
Yeah.
He's in your chat right now. He's in your live chat. He's watching right now. And
where is
hi,
he?
Solo. Hello, Mr. Honorable Solo D. Thank you for tuning in so much. Thank you for taking your time out to come and watch us. It means so much.
What is his name in here? Because I don't see him.
Miami Sports Music. That's him.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's a rapper, right?
Oh, there he is. What's up, man? Y'all want Tua over Hurts? Man, I don't want none of them guys, man.
I don't want Hurts at all. I want nothing to do with that.
Hey,
Yeah,
so I just got hit with a bit of information, and it says right here that
I ain't nobody special. Yeah, you are, man.
Tentatively, at 22 and 23, because those are what they're predicting the picks to be for the Steelers and the Texans. We're taking Alex Leatherwood out of Alabama and Jedrick Wills, also Wills Jr. Two tackles.
Yeah.
I'm with that.
And then in the second round, at the top of the second round, at pick 36, we're taking Jonathan Taylor. And then at 61 will be Devontae Smith, the wide receiver from Alabama.
I mentioned
and
him.
C.J. Henderson at 68. C.J. Henderson, the cornerback out of Florida.
He'll be gone.
Hold on, you didn't tell me who was the number 1 pick.
Well, I don't have that.
And we can get 2 tackles and Taylor.
Tua Tagovailoa, baby.
Yeah,
I know.
C.J. Henderson.
CJ's probably gonna be gone though.
Yeah, he will not be there, but he'll be gone like late first.
BallGame, did they have Tua as the number 1 pick? Seriously?
Yeah.
I got a question. What's wrong with Hurts?
I don't want to say it. Don't make me say it.
Tua is coming, baby. I'm telling you.
If we don't get Tua, what's wrong with Jalen Hurts?
What's right about Jalen Hurts?
He's a runner before he's a passer. He has an average arm. He's got average velocity. I mean, look what he's barely snuck out games against Baylor. And look, he was an absolute turnover machine in that game. 3 fumbles, 2 interceptions. I mean, he doesn't have good arm strength. And here, you want a parameter? Here's a parameter for you. Put him up. He's in the Lincoln Riley system, right? Put him up against Baker and Kyler Murray's number. And they're different stratospheres from Jalen Hurts. It's not even close. Jalen Hurts is not going to – I said this last week. He's 7th. Like, I don't like a guy like Fromm. I think Fromm is the least athletic.
Is he a winner?
Oklahoma's a winning program.
Yeah.
But he will not win. He's already lost this year. So, no, he's not a winner. He's not LSU. He's not Clemson. He lost the job to Tua. He lost the job to Tua.
Alabama.
Tom Brady has lost. You're going to lose some games. At the end of the day, is he a winner?
I don't want nothing.
No, what does he want? What does he want?
And not only
Tua had to come in against Georgia for Jalen Hurts to have a national championship.
And didn't he come in for Tua?
And they lost.
No, they didn't. Last year?
They lost against Clemson. Tua came in and beat Georgia and relieved Jalen Hurts the year before that.
First of all, I don't. How did Tua get a new commercial? I'm sitting here watching his new commercial. He's sponsored by orthopedic cleats. Wow.
I know Hurts came in and beat. I think it was Georgia, one of those teams that Tua was struggling against.
Man, y'all better stop.
So it says what? It says why not Tua Tagovailoa? Why not an offensive lineman? Based on what I've seen, Miami is not in a rush for a quarterback, and I expect the loads of cap space to be used on building an offensive line full of talented veterans. So this thing, I just got sent this. So it says, so why Derek Brown? So the question should be asking is why not Derek Brown? Brown's NFL comparison is a grizzly bear. Although there might be some backlash with the pick, the Dolphins are in a position for the best player available. Plus, imagine a defensive front with Christian Wilkins and Derek Brown. That group just needs a strong presence on the edge to become one of the best young defensive lines in the entire NFL.
Jadeveon Clowney, baby. I'm all in on Clowney. All in. If they get an edge setter, like if they get Clowney and they get, I'm gonna serve you one better. Derek Brown, you talking about the kid from Auburn, right? BallGame?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not gonna spend the number one. I'm not gonna spend a top 10 pick on him. I told you what my offseason plan was 2 months ago.
But we're not gonna go sign another 30-year-old dude though, bro.
Wait, hang on. I got the contracts mixed up. It's Michael Pierce, the starter.
All right.
He's the one that's unrestricted. 6'4", 355 pound nose tackle that Baltimore has that's coming up to get paid, and I don't think Baltimore.
Okay. Yeah, the other guy you said.
Yeah, but
you said the other.
I would even entertain trading for Brandon Williams. To be honest with you, he's 30. He's just 30. You know, he's just 30, same age as John Jenkins. But again, Michael Pierce is the one that's coming up as far as contract is concerned. And again, he is the prototypical player that we need to man that position. Between him and John Jenkins, I'm telling you, 85% of our run defense issues will be resolved if we make that move. I don't want to bring in a rookie, especially a high draft pick at that position. I don't want to spend another high draft pick at that position. Not this year, I don't.
And you talk about the defensive end position?
No, I'm talking about the nose tackle.
Oh yeah,
I think Derek Brown's like 10 to 15. I don't think we'll be going for a guy like that.
You know, I want a veteran. That's who I want. I want a veteran in that middle. I want to bring Jenkins back for depth. And I'm telling you, our run defense. If we get I think if we get that edge setter, like you said, Jadeveon Clowney, that's who my number one target is in free agency. It's Clowney. I'm going all in on Clowney, baby. I would even overpay for him. What? And we make a move. We get, like I said, we get that other chess piece from Baltimore. Either one will suffice. And in the draft, we go and look because I love Jerome. Well, I'm not gonna say I love Jerome Baker. Jerome Baker is all right, but to be honest with you, we need to upgrade from him and Raekwon. To be honest with you, I mean, let's be real about it. We need to upgrade. Raekwon, I think, will have moving forward. Will have a bigger role than what Jerome Baker will, because Jerome Baker is just not a fit from a physical standpoint in the middle of this defense. He's just not. He's too small. He's not strong enough. He gets washed out in the run game too easily. He is not a fit for this defense, and I don't understand why Flores and them.
Jerome Baker?
Yeah, Jerome Baker. I don't get why Flores in the offseason, they were in the preseason and OTAs, they were building this deep. That's what I feared the most. I was like, that dude is way too small to be playing in the middle, especially to be building and sculpting this defense around him. He's not a natural middle line. He's not. But I think he'll look better. He's not a natural middle linebacker. He's not an instinctual player. He's too hesitant in reading and diagnosing plays, and on top of that, of his physical limitations. No, we need to move on from Jerome Baker and seek an upgrade in the offseason in the draft. Now, I would exhaust a high FA player.
It's only Jerome's second year, though.
But still,
he's still developing, and that's the thing we always do. We let go of things. We as a fan base, I understand there are certain areas where we can improve, but developing Jerome Baker and Raekwon McMillan is very much possible. There are some players who you can say are lost causes and they're just never going to get it. But you've seen improvement from Jerome and from Raekwon. And Raekwon is only playing in his second season technically as well. They're both very young.
What improvement exactly have you seen from Jerome Baker, to be honest?
Man, Jerome Baker has improved greatly, man.
I'm
honestly, I'm about to, but that's why I'm kind of honest.
Don't make general terms.
I'm not. I was literally sitting here like I just don't know what you're talking about, honestly. Jerome Baker has literally attacked the point of attack and hit holes very, very hard. He has found his way. Hold on. I'm not done. He has found his way in that backfield more than you can believe. Now, the problem is there are times where he misses tackles, and I don't like that. But I don't get what you're saying. It is night and day from Jerome Baker of last year and Jerome Baker of this year getting in that backfield in the run game. I know everything has always been peaches and cream and pretty this year, but a lot of that has to do with the edge setters. A lot of the deficiencies have had to do with edge setters.
I do agree with that. We definitely need to improve on the outside. But what I'm telling you is Jerome Baker is a liability. If our front are not this is what I'm trying to explain to you that night you had that tape up there. If our front, if Godchild, Wilkins, or Jenkins, if they are singled up and they have either one of them guards or that center getting to that second level, who do they always target? If you go back and look at all the run plays that we've given up the most yardage on, the opposing teams, who do they on film? Who do they single out? It's always Jerome Baker, and he cannot stack, he cannot shed blocks well enough because he's physical limitations. He's too small to be playing in the middle. They need to find some other kind of role. I'm not saying cut him and get rid of him. He can have a role on this team. They just need to figure out something else, not on the interior.
They already got the middle linebacker, number 49.
Sam McGuire. Wait, hold on.
And Igualan is worse. Worse.
No. Listen, when he came in that game against the Eagles, that whole
he balled out. He balled out.
That whole defense changed.
He balled out Sunday now.
He had a good game, but again,
he's still a rookie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he is. And I'm not saying get rid of him. All I'm saying is, at this point, what they have put on film, they are not a fit. Well, actually, both of them, in my opinion.
But they still learn a complex defense.
I think you're going to be impressed when we get the defensive ends that we want. You're going to be impressed with that linebacking core. You have to understand how much they're trying to supplement from the lack of on the edge right now.
I get it.
And it is not to ignore what you're saying, because we can get those DNs and they could actually show major deficiencies then. But right now, I think any deficiencies that you do see of them has a lot to do with the lack of edge setting. But I actually see them playing very well. I just don't see it. I don't see the deficiencies.
I don't see what y'all see. Obviously, y'all are not watching what I'm seeing. I don't see what y'all saying. Jerome Baker has played well. Now, Raekwon McMillan on the other
no, hold on. Let me back up for a second. Jerome Baker isn't playing as well as I assumed he would be playing in preseason, that I assumed that he would be playing this season. I'll give you that. But to say that he's not he's not the guy, I can't give you that.
Man, we're last in run D. We're 31st in run defense.
I get that. We gotta learn how to set the edge too.
All of the other pieces around him have graded out average or above around him, with the exception on the edge, with the exception of Vince Beagle, I should say. Raekwon is graded out well against the run. Devon Godchild is graded out well against the run. Obviously, John Jenkins he's our highest rated defensive lineman. Christian Wilkins is graded out well against the run. So if all the other pieces are doing what they're supposed to be doing, and you are subpar in that area, you can't help but point the finger at him.
You also have to look at the schemes that we're running. We're sending that man downhill a lot of times, man.
And that's what I'm trying to tell you. He is too small. What is he doing when he's going downhill? He's taking on blocks. He's not big and strong enough for that. He ain't made for that. They need to upgrade, and that they need. I'm not saying cut him and get rid of him. Find another role for him.
First off, majority of linebackers in this league, whenever they taking on blocks, they're mismatched. Yeah, I mean, the linebackers are supposed to be getting around those blocks, but when you're taking them on, that's a different story. I think it's more schematic of how we're sending him in there to end up having like field holes, and he's taking on a block But to say that he's lowly ranked as far as him,
but I'm telling you, TD, that's the whole point. We're playing. He's in our scheme. He ain't in Baltimore scheme. He ain't in New England. He's not in the Arizona Cardinals scheme. He's playing on our team within the confines of our scheme. So I'm telling you that if he is not performing, that he's not getting the production that they need at that position, they need to seek an upgrade. And I'm telling you, Flores, this year's anomaly. I'm telling you, Flores needs to attack this offseason with the mindset of that last year was a red shirt. It is all about winning now. Expectations are upon us.
And that's the thing. We shouldn't know how much money teams have to spend, because when you know these things now, you want to spend money. You want to spend dollars. And I get it. Every fan wants the best player on their team. But what I see is that this coaching staff has taken time to develop these guys, and I expect him to have much more knowledge. I'm pretty sure they're going to have him, doing physical, like training, like in the weight room, getting bigger, getting more physical. And the thing about it is that you have to realize that this defensive line is not that physical as other defensive lines. So he kind of has to go in there with the mindset, like, can I hit somebody, maybe to loosen somebody up? But that's besides the point. What we as fans always do is we say, Miami, you have money, go out and get the best player. Best player comes, it's buyer's remorse. We need to develop this talent. You're going to save money for the future, for when it's somebody who is actually worth it. And you got to take time to say, you know what? This is a new system. It's not like he's been in, this is his second system in 2 years. You're not giving guys time. I can see him next year.
He's a rookie to me. He's a rookie to me. A lot of these guys that's been here for a few years are rookies to me under this new system. That's how I view him.
I'm not saying to cut him. What I'm saying is for him to be commanding that snap count, he is not getting the production that we need. He's not. He's clear. I know y'all love him. I know it. Just be real. I thought we kept it 100 on. I thought we kept it all the way funky on this channel.
I have no investment in like, Jerome Baker. I have none. I'm just saying I'm not willing to go that far. Because I'm not willing to say throw him to the trash and we need an upgrade.
I'm not saying
you want to throw Jerome Baker away and say he's not the answer.
So I'm clear. So I'm clear. I'm not saying throw him off the wayside. All I'm saying is find another role for him. It's physical. Look at New England. Look at the prototype, the physical prototype that they deploy on a week, just from a physical standpoint. Look at Dante Hightower, 6'4", 255 pounds. What linebacker on our defense fits that prototype? Look at Kyle Van Noy, 6'2", 250 pounds. Look at Jamie Collins, 6'2", 245, 250 pounds. Who fits that prototype? Well, maybe with the exception of Raekwon McMillan on our defense. Come on, man. Let's keep it all the way 100, baby. Keep it all the way 100. Tell the truth. Jerome Baker, I'm not saying get rid of him. Find another role for him. And I'm gonna be honest with you. Flores, this year, all he could do was work with what he had. Obviously, you can't remake everything in one offseason. All he had to do was work with what he had. You put Jerome Baker in that role. Look at how porous our run defense was when they had Raekwon on the bench and they had him as the primary middle linebacker. Look at how terrible that run defense was. Raekwon comes back, we immediately have improvement. Come on, man. Jerome, find another role for him. Find another role for him. That's all I'm saying.
I ain't knocking it, bro. I just don't know if it's a case of just give up on the man like that.
I'm not saying give up on him. Find another role for him. This team is all about roles. Don't they say that every week? Everybody, we need to carve out a role on this team every week.
We can't hear you, Mr. BallGame. I think you was trying to say something.
How about now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
I say I gotta go, guys. I got an early morning, so
all right, man. Appreciate you, man.
Love you too, you guys, man. Hey, fins up.
Fins up.
Fins up.
All right.
I'm sorry.
But that's interesting, E.M. because if he doesn't end up working out at the position, we're talking about finding another role. What is that role going to be?
Coverage, bring him in coverage situations. Obviously, make it. They got pass rush specialists. Make him a coverage specialist. I don't know what can he do. His MO when we selected him, Chris Greer told the world we got him as a coverage linebacker. That's what he told. That's what he told the world. Did he not? He said
he's a coverage linebacker.
And I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't even say that he excels in that area.
That's why I'm like,
I can't even say he even excels in that area. Not to warrant that position, that snap count on a game-to-game basis. I can't even say that.
That's something. I mean, you're right. We're gonna have to keep an eye on that situation because I'm not even gonna lie with you. Like I said, I ain't one to say give up on him, but it hasn't been like just the most exceptional thing. I do like how he's getting in the backfield, but he's not closing. When I see him get back there, he's not getting it done. As far as I've seen some games where this man will get back in the backfield with ease and literally just whiff on the tackle. Like whiff on the attack, and it was just like
it was a play. It was a play. I think it was the Cleveland game where he had a clear lane to Baker Mayfield, and the opposing guard. I think it was a left guard had clear lane, and he had shot the gap. He had a beat on Baker Mayfield. And the guard comes over and and it looked like he just gently tapped him. And Jerome Baker fell over like a damn. Man, I was like, yeah, man.
I don't think any offensive guard is gently patting anybody, but we'll go with that.
He folded up like a tent, bro. He acted like the dude marvelous, and he barely tapped it. It will look like that way.
I've seen him choose the wrong hole. Like I'm saying, the runner come up in one hole, he done choose the other one. The run go right by him. Yeah.
What was that?
I've seen even like last year when they played Green Bay. I don't know if y'all remember, but Green Bay just killed us on the run. And Jerome Baker was just going the run was going the one way, Jerome would come and go into the other hole, and the guy would just go by him. So yeah, he's got his technique is not good. But
I'm telling you, until we improve, and Phinsanity said that. We're not that physical up front, and which is why I keep telling y'all. That's why I'm targeting one of them nose tackles from Baltimore. Until we improve on the interior, and I even think even more so than running the ball. Until we can prove that we can consistently stop the run, I'm telling you, our problem. We will continue to have these issues. We will not get to where we want to get. We will not see that improvement, that leap, until we resolve that. That is, in my opinion, the most glaring need on this team is to stop the run. That's a 20-year problem we've had. 20 years now. So it's time for an upgrade, baby. You got the resources, you got the money, you got the resources. It's time for an upgrade.
Well, that's something we don't talk about much is the linebacking position. So who's out there?
I was talking with somebody in the comment section yesterday. I don't know yet.
In the draft, there's that kid from Alabama, Dylan Moses, is coming off injury. Phinsanity might know about him. And then there's also Isaiah Simmons from Clemson who can play safety and linebacker. And then
but you look at him, he might even have. I don't know how.
Again, he's not what you're looking for. And then you get more what you're looking for is a kid out of Oklahoma, Kenneth Murray. He's kind of like what you're looking for.
But you know what? To be honest with you, I think our answer might even be on our roster, bro. I think if you move Vince Beagle in the middle on obvious rundowns, now he's a bigger guy, much stronger. He was playing middle linebacker at New Orleans when we traded for him with Kiko Alonso. So he's versatile. He's a versatile player. I'm not saying give him all of Jerome Baker's snaps, but I'm telling you, teams, until we resolve that issue with the run game, we will not get to where we want to get. That is the clear and present danger of this team is the lack of run defense. But I think Beagle, I would even start incorporating him more on obvious runs, on running down. I would.
It's crazy. It's crazy because, like, up until these past weeks, I've never interacted with EM, and I'm from Canada. He's living in Dallas, and to hear someone else saying we haven't been able to stop the run for 20 years is exactly what I've been preaching, because it's almost been for the last 10. You've added in the offensive penalties have been killing us, and now we've gotten rid of that. And, we're one of the least penalized teams. So now if we can stop the run, you're going to start seeing better results on both sides of the ball. I agree with that.
And reason, you know what? I think 2 issues that we fixed this offseason that's been decade-long issues. Lack of discipline and tight ends killing us in the middle of the field. I think
tight ends, that's something that I know we've never been able to stop.
Ever.
I think we have solved, those are 2 major issues we've solved this season.
And wasn't Jerome, that was one of the things Jerome was brought in to
he was supposed to do. How many times you see Jerome Baker getting absolutely barbecued with tight ends? Absolutely barbecued.
No, for sure. Yeah.
But you know who we found to neutralize tight ends?
Eric Rowe, baby.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No.
Yes,
sir.
And I love that kid, and it's not because we got the same name as well. It's not
did we get toasted with the tight ends on Sunday?
Against the Jets?
No, against the
Eagles.
Did we?
Oh.
Yeah. No, did you say Eric Rowe?
Remember, they dropped a couple passes that could have turned out the whole game.
Well, he knocked it out.
No. I'm not talking about that one that he knocked out. The one that Zach Ertz dropped going in on the 3-yard line. He was wide open.
In all fairness, Ertz has had a really down year for his standards, too.
If they get that touchdown there.
Well,
Dallas Goedert has been more clutch for them than Zach Ertz this year.
Yeah.
Well,
we haven't faced any elite tight ends.
Eric Ebron is not elite.
No.
No.
He was in a Pro Bowl last year.
Yeah, but now we lost Andrew Luck. Now we lost Andrew Luck, and it's no go.
Bro, Eric Ebron was in a Pro Bowl last year. And did you forget?
Just because you're in a Pro Bowl doesn't mean you're elite, though.
Did you forget what he did us last year? Did you forget that?
He had a better quarterback. Wasn't Brian Hoyer throwing to him?
Stop it.
Hoyer. We're not even talking about.
Bottom line is this: if you get open, the quarterback is gonna get you the ball. Why weren't they throwing his way? Because he couldn't get open. That's why.
Who?
Eric Ebron, Zach Ertz,
Zach Ertz
Vernon Davis. Vernon Davis from Washington. We played him. He been an upper echelon tight end his entire career and still doing it at a high level.
Who?
Again,
Vernon Davis.
Davis from Washington.
I wouldn't say upper echelon.
I'm sorry.
Pro Bowl. So what? Is Pro Bowl not upper echelon?
Yeah, but that was how many years ago?
Upper echelon. Like I said,
how many years ago?
There's no tight end that we faced this year that going in, like we're saying, and you forgot Ebron had 56 yards against us, and he dropped. Needham balled out that game, mind you. Needham balled out, but I think Ebron, he had a touchdown, but then they called it an interception when it was a touchdown because you have possession and you cross the plane. I mean, I'm not saying I want my team to lose, but if you have possession of the ball and you cross the plane and then the guy comes in and then takes it, to me, that's technically a touchdown, but we're not going to do that because, like, why don't you guys? But let's not act like we've faced, we'll see next year because we have Travis Kelce coming.
And Waller.
Eric Rowe has consistently, since they made the trade, inserted him into that position. He has consistently, and I'm not talking about coverage. I'm talking about in the run game. He has consistently graded out at a high level since they inserted him at safety. Consistently, the numbers don't lie. The devil is always in the details. So I'm not saying that Eric Rowe is the best safety in all of football, but neither is Patrick Chung. But he's good at his role. They're good at what they ask him to do. And from what I'm seeing from Eric Rowe, and if you look at Eric Rowe, I mean, the problem that Eric Rowe had on the boundary is that he's the height, weight, speed prototype. Eric Rowe just was always stiff in his hips. And that was a knock on him coming out of Utah which is the reason why he was selected in the second round as opposed to the first. Because if you're going by his physical ability from a height, weight, speed standpoint, that dude should have been in the first round. But he don't have to guard. But if you take him off the boundary and put him at that position to where he doesn't have to guard quicker players, faster players, he can guard tight ends. He can stick to them like glue. He can guard running backs out of the backfield. The question was, how well was he going to hold up in a run? But I think he's passed that test with flying colors, to be honest, in my opinion. At this point, now again, he's going to have to continue to improve, but I got the utmost confidence in him moving forward, him elevating his game, especially when he gets more help around him.
So, and I don't mean to switch gears, but I want y'all to answer the question that's on the screen because, it is interesting. Because we've never talked about this. What's y'all thoughts on that? It says, and this Rip Tupac said, do you spend all the money we have in cap space and free agency?
No, not all of it. No.
So how much do you spend?
60 to 80.
It depends where we're what positions we're addressing. Also,
well,
because you look
if we're getting
those guards, at a starting point.
If we're getting those guards, there's 18 million right there.
Exactly.
I want Clowney. I'm gonna start my total.
Okay. So
I want Clowney.
If we get the guards and Clowney, we're at about 30 million.
What happened when we got Ndamukong?
Man, that 30 million a year.
Stop, man. Stop.
Listen, no, I'm saying a lot of times you get those guys that money, and then they just said, "Okay, I got my money," and that's been Miami's been notorious throwing money at players, and all for those players just to say, "You know what? I got my money. I'm gonna play a couple years, and I'm gonna leave and go somewhere else."
No, I don't think we'll have that problem moving forward.
Have we? When was the last time we ever really splurged on the offensive line, though?
Right.
I don't remember that. I know Stu. You can say Stu for the trenches on the defense, but I don't think we've ever really splurged on the offensive line. And I'm down with EM. I think EM's right. I think he's dead on with Schreff and Thunny. I think those are great additions.
Well, three players that I want. Go ahead, TD. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what does splurge on the O-line mean. How much
money
you want to allocate to the O-line?
Like, okay, well, if he wants the top right guard and the top left guard at the position, right? So you're going to pay a premium. You're going to pay.
How much did we pay Albert when we got him? Or like?
Oh yeah, good point.
That's my only, because I know, the tackle that we brought in.
He was coming off a Pro Bowl year, wasn't he, Albert? When we got him too. I'm pretty sure he was a Pro Bowl tackle.
Yeah.
So we paid.
Here's the thing.
He was getting kind of old anyway, but
when he was healthy, he was worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But here's the thing. I feel like the Dolphins are going to evaluate, where they are positioning wise in the draft and see, where they can attack in free agency and where they can attack in the draft. Because we're not going to sit here and act like we don't have holes. We do. And we do need to produce an offensive line because, just seeing your quarterback on their back all the time, it gets really redundant as a fan. You want to go out there and see a guy have a chance to actually produce and do his job. Mm-hmm. You can't do your job from the back. I mean, I don't know any quarterback that's out here throwing off their back, So we kind of do need to prioritize that. In the last few free agencies, we've always looked at skill position players. Mm-hmm. And now you have a chance with a guy like Schreff and Thuney coming out. I wouldn't be upset if they targeted those guys and, maybe said, well, look at the defensive line in the draft because now you have a young defensive line core coming up. Whereas you already have the veterans of Bain and Prince and Davenport. I think Davenport's still young. I mean, Kilgore, but you have guys like who'll be able to relate to each other as far as like an age-wise. You don't want to have that, discrepancy and disparity because sometimes that can affect your chemistry and things that you want to do. Like I'm thinking about like outside field like things too now. So you want to have people you can build a camaraderie with. I wouldn't be upset if we go out and get a Chase Young or Derek Brown to go along with Christian Wilkins because now we have two young guys who can form a relationship on and off the field. And I think that's what we kind of have to do. We have to start putting, puzzle pieces together and see where we're going to start moving things at. But as far as spending all the money, you never spend all your money. You never put all your eggs in one basket.
I don't think they're going to do that anyway. And I think they're getting beyond that because, Tunsil, his contract was getting ready to come up, and you see how they handled that and whatnot. I think they're going to allocate some money to it, but I don't think Miami's going to get into like throwing a whole bunch of money at people like they did. I think that's in the past. And they might just say, you know what? We'll get it if we can get it. If not, we'll get it through the draft.
No, I think it's two positions. I think it's two positions that they're gonna splurge on. Ed said I think they're gonna target Clowney. They're gonna try to relive what happened, what transpired in the off season. They're gonna sit down with Davion Clowney, and I think they're gonna splurge on the interior of the offensive line.
Yeah, but that don't mean Clowney's going to come to us, though.
Exactly.
You know what?
Yeah, but I guess what he's saying is they are going to spend some money at the position.
But here's the thing. I think what we saw today, Clowney basically thought we were tanking for a quarterback. Now he's seeing the culture that Flores is
exactly.
I think it would be more. I think he'd be more open to that possibility.
But Seattle's going to have so many problems.
He's also at a point. He's in a point in his career now that he wants to do what?
Win a Super Bowl. Yeah,
he wants to win.
Well, that's what we're about to
we're
do.
2 or 3 years away from. I think we're if we draft properly, we're 2 or 3 years away.
That might be true, but our players are going to be patient and say, "Okay, I'm gonna go to Miami. I know what they're trying to do. I know it's going to take a little bit more time, or I'm going to stay and go to a team that I can win."
At the end of the day, money talks.
No, it doesn't.
Another thing too.
No, it doesn't. Not all the time. It talks, but guess what? It don't talk when a guy wants to win.
Well, that guaranteed number talks.
And what has happened with Miami?
Doesn't come get us money from us and then demand a trade like Minka because we've shown that we've done it. When you have a history of a
those guys come down there and take our money, right? Those guys that come down and take our money. We'll be back against the cap. We'll be over the cap again, and then we won't be able to keep them, and then they'll leave.
We ain't gonna be over the cap.
No, I'm saying if you spend all your money like they suggested, spend all your money on players and whatnot, eventually you're going to have to pay those players, and you're going to want somebody else to bring in. Then that player is going to want money, and you're not going to have the cap space to do it.
But look,
I don't think.
Look, no, go ahead, TD. I'm sorry.
Well, just quickly then, I don't think we're going to spend all our money out of like 120 million, 130 million. I think we're going to spend about 80. I think
60 to 80.
I think we're going to spend a guap of it.
How much is Clowney
How much is Clowney going to get?
Going to want.
Oh, I'm not sure, but if I was to assume, I'm going to put him somewhere, and I could be way off. I'm going to put him somewhere around 16.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it could be 14 to 16 is what I'm expecting for him.
And I just
think the guarantee. What's the guarantee? That's what it comes.
Well. First of all, here's the sign that we're going to spend money, real money, on an edge rusher. The deal was done for Clowney already.
Yep, exactly.
So they had already said we want him and we will pay him. So there's no question on whether we're going to put the assets into an edge rusher. Okay. We are going to pay somebody some money. That's a fact. One way or another. It's just the other positions. I do think that about 2 positions on that O-line, we are definitely going to spend some money because Dave said today, these words stuck to me. When Dave DeGuglielmo said, I mean, people complaining about the O-line, I can't just snap my fingers and bring in Superman.
I know, right?
That told me a lot.
I know, right? Yup.
That told me a lot when he said that. That basically says the coaching staff realizes, all right, we got some guys we're trying to build, but we know we ain't got the guys.
Listen, I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people hate on Omar, and that's cool. But one thing he says is actually it's true. A lot of games are won in the trenches.
Every game.
And we got to get ours like in order, like ASAP.
We've been a soft
Omar
team.
was right.
We've been a soft team for too long.
Exactly.
Omar was right about that. Omar was right about that. A lot of people.
A lot of people say games are won in the trenches, but that fool also said today that this coaching staff hasn't made one improvement since game one.
No, he's wrong. He's wrong.
Yeah,
the development and player growth alone is mind-boggling with what he has to work with. And I told you, I wanted to say this a couple weeks ago. Remember I said I'm kind of incomplete when you asked my grade on him. That Eagles game, that challenge and changing the momentum and winning a challenge when it's a low percentage of overturn, he won me. I'm like, the player growth, and you only have 2 wins, but you're pissed, like what Phinsanity said, you're pissed off on the sidelines and you're challenging because you know you're right and you end up being right. I love you. I think we found the right guy. And now I've upped my grade from incomplete C to an incomplete B. But I think in 2 years, when you give this guy some good draft picks, and if Greer does his job when it comes to the draft, we're going to be scary.
No, actually, it's Marvin Allen. It's not Chris Greer.
Marvin Allen. My bad.
So,
what about Marvin Allen?
I personally think that Chris Greer.
They brought him in to help with the draft. Yeah, because there's some quarterbacks he drafted too.
Who
brought him in? Hold on. Who brought him in to help with the draft?
Chris Greer did.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Chris Greer making them decisions, man.
No, well,
he's a draft guru.
I think Chris Greer and how the front office is structured now is kind of up in the air. But I think ultimately what will eventually happen is that Chris Greer will step back into that Mike Tannenbaum role, and Marvin Allen will be the actual GM, is what I think. And I think Reggie McKenzie, as long as he's here, he'll be the assistant GM, is what I think. I think that's how the structure is going to look like next year, going into the draft next year, is what I think. But I could be wrong.
Well, he's highly respected.
I personally hope that the structure looks like that. Considering the track record that Marvin Allen has established and Reggie McKenzie as well, I hope the structure looks like that. I'm praying it looks like that.
Well, I've been saying if Greer screws this draft up, fire him and go get the assistant general manager from Indianapolis Colts, Ed Dobbs. He's considered like the top draft guru in management in the NFL right now. He built that O-line that it was too little, too late for Andrew Luck, but he built that O-line in Indianapolis, and he's an absolute draft genius. He'll make the boring picks, but he'll make the perfect boring picks.
I think Chris Greer. Come on, we need to pump the brakes on the criticism.
He only had one good draft. The 2016 draft is really only one draft.
Do you know how much power he had? We don't know the dynamics of our draft room the last 4, 5, 6 years.
Yeah, I only care about one thing with Chris Greer, and that was this offseason forward. As soon as we signed Flores forward, and so far I have been very excited about every move he's made, all the decisions he's made.
I just said if he screws up this year, you can't screw up this year. That's why I said if you screw up this year.
You won't know if you screwed up this year for 2-3 years, maybe 4. You won't know.
Yeah, that is true.
He's going to go. He's going to draft his people. You won't know if he screwed up for another 2, 3, 4 years.
That is true.
That's just the reality. So, I mean,
if we take Justin Herbert, he screwed up.
Man, and until Herbert started looking like Brady.
Dude, that's who PFF had us taking at 4 today was Herbert. I'm like, you guys are psychotic.
I told y'all, don't discount what Mike Tannenbaum said on
Buddy, dude, this guy. You know what the scariest thing about how bad his decision making is? He's a 4-year starting senior, and he's still this inconsistent in making these bad of decisions. Buddy, I don't care how big your arm is. No, thank you. No, thank you.
As long as
remember when he said he was staying next year because he didn't want to go to Arizona or something like that?
Say again?
Who? Was it Herbert last year at first? I think like in the beginning of the year, wasn't he like looked at as like the top quarterback before Tyler and all them came on? And he said he was going to come out because he didn't want to play for Arizona or something like that?
And everyone had him as the top quarterback coming into this year. Burrow wasn't even on people's radars.
You know what Chris Greer needs to do? He just needs to get that position right, and everything else will fall in place. As long as he gets that guy, whomever that guy is, everything else will fall in place. They need to fix that.
Well, I think the Dolphins are in a place right now because, like, even if you go with Josh Rosen next year and he ends up not being that guy, you still have a couple more good quarterbacks coming out, and the guy from Ohio State, Fields, and you have Lawrence. So the Dolphins are saying we don't technically have to go get a quarterback this year because if Rosen hits and he's right, then we're good and we're solid. If Rosen misses and we're wrong, we're still good and we're still solid because we still have a hard, and people forget we have a hard schedule next year. It is going to be very hard. When you talk about the AFC West coming in and the NFC West coming in,
Super Bowl.
You're talking about Russell Wilson. We don't know what the Rams are going to be next year. We don't know if they go out and make different improvements or what they're going to do with that roster. You don't know what Arizona is going to be. You don't know what moves they're going to make. You already know what the Chiefs are. We can't seem to ever beat the Chargers. I mean, it's back and forth with the Chargers. One year we'll beat them, the next year we'll lose. So hopefully we'll win next year.
Who's their quarterback?
Denver, Drew Lock did not look too bad this weekend. Yeah. So we don't know what that's going to be.
You're right.
He's got a cannon.
If Rosen hits, he's going to hit big. If he misses, he's going to miss big. So no matter where we are right now, we're kind of like in a good spot either way, whether we take a quarterback or not, because people are high on Trevor Lawrence, people are high on Fields, just like they're high on Burrow and Tua. And I mean, I'm not big on Fromm, but you guys will understand what I'm saying. So the Dolphins are saying we don't have to pull unnecessary triggers if we don't want to. If we can go out and get whatever we want, because technically we've given Rosen a year to learn this language, this playbook, this scheme. Now it's about coming into mini camp, training camp, off-season workouts, and putting in the work, developing this chemistry, and getting it together. Because if you can't, we're going to know very fast, because they'll probably either keep Fitch or try to bring in another guy. And we're going to know real quick if Rosen is that guy or not.
If we can't get to Jalen Hurts.
Oh my God.
You know what?
Thank you.
You know what? If they
you said no thank you to Lamar Jackson too, right?
No, but I'll take Jordan Love every day, every hour, every minute over a guy like Jalen Hurts. I'll take Jacob Eason. I'll take Jake Fromm.
About Lamar Jackson
this year.
Dude, Lamar, hold on. Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts. Lamar has a way better arm. That's not even comparable. And he's a far better runner. Lamar Jackson is arguably one of the best runners.
He's a far better runner. You're right. He's not a better thrower than Jalen Hurts.
Yes, he is. Jalen Hurts has an average arm, average velocity.
No, I don't know what
y'all sitting here arguing about all these bums when we could just go get Tannehill back, man.
That's the top bomb.
But here's my thing, and I wanna really address this. When I brought up, how many first round quarterbacks, have won, Super Bowls. The one thing that I noticed is that it's pretty much the guys in the later rounds who do better. And I was like, but why is that? It's because they're going on better teams. Lamar Jackson is in a very good situation. I'm not saying he wouldn't do it. What's the name? Exactly. But we saw what he was last year. And they developed. They brought in more tight ends for him and all that. And they brought him more speed. And now you give him a physical running back who can honestly say that RPO is dangerous. Because without Mark Ingram or a real viable inside, the trenches running guy, he's not getting Nick Bosa crashing down on Ingram every single time. Mm-hmm. It's not happening. And that's what you saw last year against the Chargers. They weren't selling out on that running back. They said, if you want to hand it off to the running back, hand it off. Yeah. But then you also saw his ability in the second half to utilize his arm and to utilize his feet. But what I'm saying is, when you say certain things about guys, you kind of have to understand what position they were put in. The only person who I will say wasn't like, oh my gosh, that was like optimal was you saw the development of Russell Wilson. He had amazing wide receivers, he had amazing running backs, and he had an amazing defense. But what he was able to become without those things attached to him is amazing. That's elite. That's what we say when we say that is that guy. You can have that time to develop, but when it's stripped from you and it's taken from you, how do you rise up and how do you carry this team? That's what we mean when we say that's that guy. Now, my thing is like this. I love what Lamar Jackson is doing. I hope he's MVP, co-MVP, whatever. I hope they make a run for the playoffs. I would love to see the Chiefs and the Ravens in a rematch for the AFC Championship. I'm pretty sure we would all love it. Either offense in the Super Bowl, I'm pretty sure we all last year after the defensive monstrosity that we saw last year, where it was just defense. We would love to see some offense in this year's Super Bowl, especially down in Miami, where it's party central all the time. But we get so high on players so fast, and I say you have to take time and watch the development. You have to see what these guys are when it's not all there, because that's when that separates them. That is what separates the elite from the he's okay.
I'm not on that Lamar Jackson.
You gotta give the kid time. You gotta
from a passing standpoint, and again, yeah, I'm willing to give him time. Don't get me wrong. I'm willing to let him develop. He still has to develop. I'm talking about primarily from a winning the Super Bowl standpoint. Obviously, he's successful, and what they're doing is successful for them to. This will be back-to-back years that he's had his team in the playoffs. For whatever reason, you can dole out the credit to whomever you want to. But at the end of the day, as a starting quarterback, that he has had his team, they are going to the playoffs back-to-back years. But I'm willing to let him develop. But from a passing standpoint, Lamar has a lot of work to do. And I'm anxious to see moving forward come playoff time. Because what do I always say come playoff times? When defensive coordinators start to take things away from you. Me and my two brothers, they're 49er fans, we was arguing about the same thing the other day. I told them, in my opinion, I think Mark Ingram is the engine that makes that offense go.
And I said that too.
For the exact reason what you just said. That's why I was blown. I was like, I see you, girl. I see you, been saying it. I see you. But I think because if you take away that threat of him, like you said, that run pass option is irrelevant. So that's how the.
Go ahead. No, man. Lamar Jackson's situation, bro, is like Cam Newton's to me. I mean, Cam Newton, first 3 years, I mean, they went to like 2 AFC championship games or NFC, whatever side he on, and even went to a Super Bowl. The very year they got their money, they dropped to 6-10. The very year he got his money, they dropped to 6-10. That team ain't been the same yet. He ran the ball. He went in for touchdowns, diving, doing all kind of stuff. It's not, man. We've seen this same show again with these mobile quarterbacks.
Why do you keep attaching everything around what contract they get? Why I don't understand.
Because
injuries and play styles.
Nobody talks about an E.m. Dolphins fan. Nobody talks about the fact of this. Your team with the quarterback making $1 million a year wasn't good enough to win a Super Bowl. Now you're going to go ahead and give them 20, 30 times that money, and you're supposed to be better when you're taking away from the talent?
So what you're saying is you act like free agency is the only way to improve your team.
It's develop young talent. Develop young talent undrafted and later draft picks. Low money guys.
Okay,
that's the only way you can do it.
Well, where does that talent come from? They come through the draft.
No, some of these guys are undrafted.
No, but you keep saying, if you pay your quarterback so much money, you don't have enough money to spread around on your team.
Here's what I'm saying. If you pay your quarterback so much money, the only way you will win, you will be required to develop a certain amount of young talent that are making minimal bucks and make them good players. No. There's a difference. E.m., I get that, but nobody's doing it. And so okay, go ahead, name it.
The Patriots are doing it.
Seattle's doing it.
The only team.
Seattle.
The only team, and that's why they're winning.
You also have to realize
Tom Brady. Tom Brady's not taking that money.
Well,
that too, but if we go back to the money.
Well, if Brady,
so hold on, EM. Let me just say this, bro. Let me say this.
He took the money.
Let me say this. Let me say this.
Where he just broke their bank and broke their backs, then they probably wouldn't be that.
Well, where's the money going?
But hold on.
I want to pay a quarterback.
If Brady is giving them discounts every year, they don't spend money. Where's the money going?
I was going to say.
They don't spend money. They spend money. They spend $56 million. They got $56 million in their secondary. Do you know that?
How much cap room do they have? How much cap room do they have?
What happened?
Yeah, a lot of that's Gilmore money. How much cap room do they How much cap room do they usually work with? Because they're never pressed up against the cap, even close to it. Never.
My point.
They don't worry about it.
They say Jimmy G got paid and the 49ers are good. LOL.
They don't really worry about it because they have their set. They're set. The Patriots got.
My point to TD is
they've always had good defense.
But he keeps making this.
There are more of a running team than a passing team.
That once you pay your quarterback, it's done. It's over with. Your objective, the objective
I never
of
said,
every
bro.
team. That's why teams put so much onus on the draft. That's why that is the number one way. That is the best way to acquire talent bring talent into your program. So
bro, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying, bro.
That's what it's.
That's not what I'm saying. Okay, do you want to hear what I'm saying? Do you want to hear what I'm saying, EM? You got the whole thing wrong, or what about what I'm saying? I'm not just saying, if you pay your quarterback, you can never. You're just done.
That's what it sounds like to me, bro.
Okay, but that's why I'm about to explain to you what I'm saying.
You said nobody can win with a high-paid quarterback. Is what you said.
No. So much more has to happen that hasn't happened. That's never been done. Has to happen in order to get it done. Let me give you an example. I always show you Russell Wilson making $1 million a year. I've already given you 1 million scenarios of the young quarterback who balls out. They make less than $1 million a year, and they got all a good team. They got a good old line. They got a good defense. They got everything around them, right? And that's why they win. Russell Wilson won his Super Bowl because they were paying him $1 million a year. Less, I'm just saying.
So if he win it this year, what are you gonna say?
Who?
What do you mean? No. Hold on. Watch this.
MVP.
No, he's not. That contract doesn't start till next year. Dude, that money doesn't start till next year.
They are pressed against the cap this year.
Yeah, they're pressed against the cap because they went for broke by bringing in all that. They did exactly what the Eagles did when they won. They go for broke, and what happens the very next year?
They only brought Clown in. They only brought Clown in.
They brought in what's his name too. Then they bring in.
Let me ask y'all this: do y'all
that $15
remember?
million is going to clear up too after this year.
Do y'all remember when the quarterbacks coming out of the draft used to get paid? Now remember,
yes.
Sam Bradford.
None of them. Bradford, exactly. Yeah.
Jamarcus Russell.
Changed that.
Yep.
Because of the Sam Bradford contract, because it was just getting outrageous.
Yeah.
And do you know why they changed it? Because it was ruining their teams.
Yeah, but we're right back. But we're right back there because we're right back. We're right back there.
I'm listening to you.
The veterans were playing that because they were paying these quarterbacks at the expense of veteran players. So when the last CBA came about, the veterans stood up and negotiated that into the present CBA.
I agree. Yes, they did.
You need to stop paying rookie players that hadn't even stepped a foot on an NFL field, and you're neglecting us. That's why they stopped that.
Yes, I know that.
Oh, we're right back. We're right back to ridiculous money for quarterbacks when Dak wants $35-40 million a year.
He's getting a franchise tag, and he deserves it.
You're crazy,
bro. Y'all still miss. Okay,
that guy's worth 25. He's worth $25 million.
I said he's getting franchise tax, and he deserves it. The franchise tax.
Oh, you think he deserves the money that franchise tag?
Yeah, 1 year at a time. Don't give him no $40 million.
The franchise tag is the highest paid salary to a quarterback, so he's going to be making plus $30 million.
TD, it's not like
no, it's going to be around 27, 28 million.
27 is my
because Tennessee wants to franchise Tannehill.
Let me ask you this.
Next year.
I want to ask you about Tannehill. No. I'm not jumping on Tannehill like that. When Tannehill was with Miami, what was his contract?
Which one? The second one, right?
The second one before they let him go.
96 million.
Was he worth that?
At that time, when the salary cap went up? Yes.
Hell no.
No, are you saying, hold on, are you saying from his playing, or are you going on the fact of me talking about how salary caps ruin the team?
Both.
Hell no way.
I don't care. That was he got the low end of what all his peers got at that time. So I would say yes.
No, he didn't. He just didn't get
what did Andrew Luck get?
He still got a $97 million contract that he hadn't earned.
What was the guarantee? And then on top of it, well, you're making my point then. If he ain't earned it, that's why you don't give it.
But those other quarterbacks have.
No, hold on. Would you have paid, instead of paying Tannehill his, what was it, like $19 million a year? Would you have paid him 14? Would we say that's realistic for him then?
I would pay him that.
So this is part of my point. Hold on, this is part of my point.
Nothing. I'll go ahead.
This is a part of my point. These guys wanted 35 and 40 million. When is enough? I could agree with you on that. Tannehill's value at the time might have been 14, 15, but he got 19, which is excessive.
Is Aaron Rodgers worth what he's making?
What is Aaron Rodgers making again? I don't remember.
He's high.
It's up there.
Huh?
It's up there.
Listen, any quarterback making more than about 26, 27 million right now, I don't feel like it's worth it. Any of them. Because it comes at the detriment of the team.
You got to also look at it this way. They're the franchise. They put fans in the seats. If they got a winning organization, they're making money for that organization. So you're talking about a business standpoint. I'm talking about a salary cap. Right, but it is. That's where we're at now.
Talking about TD again. I'm gonna stop you. You said that comes a salary. A player commands that salary comes at the detriment of the team. In what way? If what you're saying, what you're trying to say, acquiring talent, young talent, cheap talent, or whatnot. Again, I go back to what I'm saying.
Let me break it down for you, bro.
You have a mindset of free agency. That's the only way you can improve your team. And if you
why you keep saying that? I keep telling you no.
Okay, then what detriment then? I'm asking
bro.
You, what
let me break this down for you, okay? Let's say you got a team that's ready to contend, right? But at the end of the day, you find out this team just isn't good enough. And we have used every penny we have in our salary cap. And we know that we are about 2 to 3 pieces away. We have used all our money to put around this cheap quarterback. We're paying this quarterback pennies on his rookie deal. But we put everything around him, but we're still about 2 or 3 pieces away. Right? Now, what I'm trying to help educate you on is now your quarterback has to get paid. You go from being 2 to 3 pieces away and him making $1 million a year. Now he's making $35 million a year, and you still got those 2 pieces or 3 pieces away, plus more. Because where you think that $35 million coming from? Where you think you gonna get the money from? Now you go from 3 pieces needed to about 6, and you don't get better. You don't get better by paying them.
So you can't acquire those pieces through the draft.
That's no difference. Hold on, bro. That's no difference from every season. You got free agency, but you got to also calculate the players you about to lose anyway. You're going to go in the draft and get better, try to get better, but it ain't finna make up the full 6. It ain't finna make up the full 6. That's my point. That's my point right there, what you just said. No, you just proved my point. You said, no, you just said you don't know that. 6 players, you finna hit on all 6 in the draft. Now you asking for something that ain't never been done. You asking for something that ain't never been done. Stop that crap. You finna hit on all. First of all, you got to replace the players that you lost, period, anyway, in free agency. That's number 1. Number 2, you saying that you finna replace all them players in the draft. Come on, E.M. It's never been done.
But this is my point to why I always go back to what I say about that elite play at that position. And Russell Wilson, if you look at Seattle's roster, they got holes up and down that roster.
That's not true.
But because he's so great, he helps mask those deficiencies.
Bro. First of all, Russell Wilson. Only thing I care about is the Super Bowl. Talk to me about somebody who won a Super Bowl without everything around them.
Man, stop, TD. You need to stop.
Okay, my point exactly.
All I'm saying is this, bro. You need to get out of that mindset of thinking, well, we got to go. If we don't pay the quarterback, if we pay the quarterback 20% or whatever the percentages of our salary cap, we cannot be competitive, and that's foolishness. That's buffoonery, bro.
So
every team philosophy is to go in. How do they? What is their primary way of acquiring talent through the draft?
You telling me something is, but hold on. You're telling me something that is buffoonery that has never been done. What basis do you have to believe that? What basis do you have to support that? You telling me something is buffoonery that has never been done?
Hang on. Russell Wilson, the Seattle Seahawks are the perfect example. They have the highest.
No, they're not. Never done.
Hang on.
Never done.
Let me finish. Hang on. They are the perfect example. They have the highest paid quarterback, and they have remade and replenished their roster over the years through the draft to get them to this point in contention.
Highest paid quarterback next year. His new extension, bro. Go look at the salary. His extension doesn't come into play until next year.
I'm going to do my own research on that because I'm not going to take your word. I'm not going to take your word for that. I'll
need to. His extension doesn't come into play until next year.
But my point is, and again, look at Ben Roethlisberger. All the quarterbacks ain't been playing on cheap contracts.
And ain't win.
And
ain't win the Super Bowl on the bigger deal.
They would have won. They would have won more if we didn't have this anomaly in New England. We're never going to see that again.
And why is that anomaly there? Because that quarterback ain't making that money.
Was the answer to Tom Brady and the New England Patriots. But since Russ wanted his money and got dismantled, the Legion of Boom was the perfect answer to the Patriots.
And you saw
because Russ wanted his money. The Legion of Boom could have been that next dynasty that the Patriots were.
They got old.
But they got old. What? Sherman ain't around here still playing well?
Man, Sherman, he's in a good scheme. He is in a good scheme. He's in a good scheme with talented players that mask his deficiencies.
Who?
Richard Sherman.
Bro, you tripping.
Sherman is not Sherman. Richard Sherman.
You could say the other quarterback that we got was more deficient than Sherman.
Let me ask y'all this. If Russell Wilson left Seattle and Miami had a chance to get him and he put what he wanted Miami to pay him on the table, do y'all think Miami should take him?
Absolutely not.
Russell Wilson?
Yeah.
Not with the roster we have.
Huh? So y'all saying get Jadeveon Clowney what he want, but you're not going to say that. But you're not going to give Russell Wilson what he want. Would you give Aaron Rodgers?
16 million versus 35.
Would you give Aaron Rodgers?
I would give both of them.
Nope.
Exactly.
16 million versus 35.
You're not going to get those guys.
You know, this year that Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson have the same cap hit at like just over 26 million, right?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Can you say that to EM so he can believe what I said before, where his new contract don't kick in the next year?
Well, he makes 26 million still this year.
Exactly, but it don't kick in until next year.
Next year he goes up to 31 and Rodgers goes up to 32. And who's number one next year? Who's number one? Jared Goff at 36 million.
Woo. Hey guys, it's been. Hey guys, I'm sorry, man. It's midnight on my end. We're gonna have to cut this one off tonight, man. We've been going for quite some time. I got to get up early. I know we've been going in. It's actually getting real good right now, but we gotta actually go ahead and end this stream because we've been going pretty strong for about 3 hours. Ain't nobody running from you, man. Ain't nobody running from you. But we gonna pick up on this conversation, man. This was a good one. We can keep talking about it, but y'all gonna learn y'all lesson about these quarterbacks and paying them that buku money. But last thing I will say is Russell Wilson and Jadeveon Clowney, if you take both of them, that's $51 million. Basically what you're going to be allocating. That is literally 25% of your salary cap, meaning the other 50 players on your roster will average $3 million. The other 50 players have to average, Oh, okay. Well, the wife said, I might as well just keep on going, just keep it down. So because the house sleep, because the baby's still up because of me. Y'all hear him back there. But that's what you're basically saying. You want to have an average salary on your roster of $3 million for everyone else. And the crazy thing is, the quarterback, Jadeveon Clowney, you're going to have another 4 or 5 players making about 9-10 million. So you're going to set yourself up for a roster of about 45 players making less than $2 million a year. You think you can win a Super Bowl that way? You keep on dreaming. You keep dreaming.
I do think that once this Patriots dynasty hopefully ends, that you will see more higher paid quarterbacks getting to Super Bowls and winning Super Bowls.
But I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see it.
TD, if Tannehill would have got him to the playoffs and got a Super Bowl, what do you think Miami would have had to pay him?
Oh, money.
They would see the difference in theory here is what someone would have to pay him or what they should pay him. That's the difference.
No, so if he got them to the playoffs and got him to the Super Bowl, what should they pay him?
He would get a deal like what Flacco got after Flacco won.
Let me ask y'all this. If Tom Brady told the Patriots he wanted $4 million, are they going to give it? Ooh, let's keep it 100. We talk about the Patriots here. We talk about Belichick.
Yeah.
If Tom Brady wanted $40 million, are they going to pay him? In his prime. In his prime.
Yeah.
You a lot. That's why they drafted Garoppolo
They drafted Garoppolo out of his prime.
Yeah, he was starting to get on the He was tailing.
Hold on. Are you kidding me?
They had Matt Castle.
When he was first of all,
it was the tail end of his
they weren't going to pay no Tom Brady $40 million. Belichick wouldn't have did it. Belichick would not have paid that man $40 million.
Robert Kraft would have made him.
Listen, they would have done the same thing. They did with Brady, have a dominant defense. Dominant defense, don't let them score. We'll get some field goals with Gostkowski, Vinatieri, and all them, and we'll go out and still win these Super Bowls. It's a machine, and Brady understood that. Brady could have went somewhere and got his money. But he knew he was in the best position.
If Tom Brady would have asked the Patriots for 40 million, not 40, 37, 40, whatever, they'd have gave it to him.
No, you know what?
About the time he would have asked us for at that time, it wouldn't have been that high.
Robert Kraft made them trade Garoppolo at Brady's request. So I think at that point of time, he could have done whatever he wanted to, including take to a massage parlor, and he would have got whatever he wanted.
Robert Kraft traded Tom Brady because when he went in there to restructure the deal, he took another pay cut.
Exactly.
Everybody knows what I'm talking about.
That's Tom Brady on that.
This is a Super Bowl built defense.
It's not the organization.
That's your only job. Your job is don't mess it up.
Tom Brady doing that because he's a team guy.
Not throw it away.
Tom Brady wanted to make that money.
Hold on. We got 119 people in the room. Let's all pause for a second. People in the comment section, I want to hear y'all thoughts real quick. If Tom Brady asked the Patriots for $40 million, would Bill Belichick sign that check? Let me know in the comment section.
Belichick don't sign his checks.
No, Robert.
Belichick can be out the door.
Belichick made the decision.
Here's a better question.
Let's pause for the comment section.
It's a hypothetical.
Pause for the comment section. Let's pause for the comment section. Let's give them a chance. I just want to hear that. Let's give them a chance first. Let's give everybody a chance. Are y'all reading what everybody else is saying? Are y'all reading what everybody else is saying? I want y'all to read the comment section because I know I ain't delusional. Phinsanity ain't delusional. Bill Belichick has been on record. I ain't overpaying nobody. I don't care who you are.
Tom Brady, the one guy they kept? Everybody else they got rid of. But what's the one guy that they keep?
He took pay cuts, Dad. He traded Jones, Chandler Jones, to Arizona because he knew he wasn't going to pay him, and he got what he can get for him.
Tom Brady wasn't worried. Tom Brady is not going to. He's not going to like. If I don't take a pay cut, they're going to get rid of me. He's a team guy, so he did it. But if he was to ask them to pay him whatever when he was when he was in his prime coming up,
Yeah.
they would have gave him what he asked for.
No.
He would only got it, would have got it.
Dude, Robert
and Belichick would have looked at him and said, "My defense is
doesn't care
you what you want. Sit there."
No.
Robert, yo,
Belichick's defense in the playoffs and how they shut teams down. What are you talking about?
Everyone's underestimating Robert Kraft here.
I guess they shut the Eagles down when they put up that 50 on him, right?
I'm glad you want to talk about one they didn't start their best quarterback.
Bill Belichick laughing at everybody in the NFL giving their quarterback these massive deals. He's laughing.
He's laughing at because he's got a quarterback that's willing to take a pay cut.
You know what?
That's what he's laughing at.
He's laughing because he know he done already told his quarterback, you ain't getting that ridiculous money.
No.
Hey, I'm out, y'all.
That's why
you're a 6th rounder that nobody wanted. I took a chance on you. I gave you a defense, a running game, and I told you I got you a kicker.
Guess what?
Go in there and don't mess it up. He got to develop Tom Brady. He was not only Tom Brady. Just like Russell Wilson got to develop into Russell Wilson. He wasn't only that.
What was Belichick's record before he got Tom Brady?
He was on the bottom
of the AFC East.
Like 5-11.
No, he was on the bottom of the AFC East.
That don't change the fact that he won.
As soon as he got Tom Brady, they went to the Super Bowl, right?
Hey, y'all. Hey, I'm out. Hey, I gotta be up in about 4:30.
Yeah, keep running.
You know, I would love nothing more than to continue to bust TD up tonight.
Keep running, man. Yeah, you running. That's all right. He off tomorrow, just so y'all know. He running right now.
Hey, I gotta be up at 4:30. Hey,
all right, bro. I appreciate
Thank you for coming.
Hey, it's always a pleasure, y'all. I'll get with y'all.
Absolutely, man.
I'll holler at y'all this week. You know how we do it.
All right. Absolutely, man.
All right, man.
I want to say this to you, to Phinsanity, because
God.
you don't know this. The New England Patriots, most of those players that he had were Bill Parcells guys.
True.
When he got there, they were on the bottom of the division. They had, if you remember who their quarterback was, Drew Bledsoe.
Yeah.
He got hurt.
Remember, he got hurt.
He got hurt. Tom Brady took it over, right? They even put Drew Bledsoe back in there. Tom Brady got hurt. Then Tom Brady came back for the playoffs, won a Super Bowl. Ever since he's had Tom Brady, now the defensive players, they change. He's let Ty Law go. He's let a whole boatload of guys go. But the one mainstay figure that's there is Tom Brady. Now,
because of his salary.
You know why? Because Tom Brady says, I'm willing to do it. If Tom Brady says, I wanted that money, if he says, I wanted that money, they would have had to pay him, or he would have went somewhere else, and they wouldn't have been winning those Super Bowls.
Yeah, you don't know that. Bill Belichick would have geared up that defense.
Wait a minute. He had who did we say he had? Drew Bledsoe, right? Mm-hmm. They were on the bottom of the division.
Okay.
Since Tom Brady's been there, have they been on the bottom of that division?
Like, all I remember is Matt Castle went 11-5.
So did Miami.
That's all Belichick. That's all Belichick.
Miami went 11-5.
Yeah, that's right. You ain't gonna win them all.
Guess what? When Tom Brady came back, has Miami maybe one time? They won it one time when they made the playoffs, when they went into that wildcat. But since Tom Brady's been the mainstay quarterback, and all you listen, everybody just go out there and run it like Tom does. Don't make mistakes.
You know what's funny in this entire argument? Y'all are actually proving my point regardless. You're saying that's because Tom Brady don't ask for it, but if he asked for it, they would have to give him that money or he would have to leave. But would that team be the same if they gave him that money?
Yeah.
No, so they would be the same. Giving him for just because Tom Brady in his prime would have been worth way
I just told you they let a boatload of players go.
No. Tom Brady wouldn't have had the offensive line protection that he has, all them 7 and 8s. He would have had the defense that he has, the carry.
Did you know Tom Brady won a Super Bowl with the 31st ranked offensive line in football?
Yeah, but what was the defense ranked that year? I'm just curious.
They probably was ranked maybe. They were probably ranked maybe top 10, top
5.
Nah.
Yeah.
Nah.
Just like who's carrying them right now. Just like who's carrying them right now.
Well, what did their defense carry when they gave up 50-something to the Eagles? When they gave up 27 in the first half to Atlanta? When they let Seattle,
who's to blame?
Russell Wilson was throwing all those passes on them in the Super Bowl. And who brought them back in those games?
You mean to tell me the Eagles that beat them in the Super Bowl?
Exactly. But you're just saying their defense, right?
Hold
on. So you mean to tell me? Hold on. You mean to tell me the Eagles didn't have a defense in that game? Obviously, the Patriots didn't have a defense. No, they both put up hella points and had record games.
What I'm saying, you stop saying about Tom Brady's defense.
Hold on. Let's
Tom Brady has won Super Bowls when his defense crapped out.
Hold on. Let's get this straight. The Patriots defense folded in that game, and the Eagles defense folded in that game.
Mm-hmm.
And what did it come down to? The quarterback who made the most plays. And both of them barely ever punted the ball until Tom Brady had an incomplete pass when he was thrown to him.
How many yards did he have in that game?
The incomplete 505 or something like that.
He set the record. He set the
and lost.
He set the playoff record. He set the
What did he do? What did he do?
So why? So you mean it? So let me go back to that game though. Let's go back to the Eagles game.
Mm-hmm.
All he had to do was have a defense that could have stopped one possession out of all those points and yards that Wentz had. Foles had. All he had to do was have a defense to stop one. So we're sitting here saying that Tom Brady is the end all be. He's the reason they win, and he's the reason they lose too.
Probably. He's had bad games.
If he got paid more money, that team would be the same. I don't understand people who are making that logic. If a quarterback is getting paid $20 million and if he's getting paid $35, how is the team going to be the same?
On every job,
$15 million is like whatever.
On every job, you have pay structure.
Okay.
The quarterback is going to get the most money.
The who? What?
The quarterback on an NFL team. The quarterback is going to get the next money. You can't tell an owner how to spend his money. If that owner says this, I want to pay that quarterback $50 million. Oh well,
I'm not telling anybody how to spend their money, but I have a right to have an opinion on whether it's dumb or not.
I'm not saying, but I'm not. That's not the all in be all. Because you can't say, well, when a quarterback they spend all that money, they can't win. That's not true.
They can't do it. Tell me when it's been done. Y'all keep on talking about what ain't true. But tell me when it's been done.
How much was Eli Manning making when he won his Super Bowls?
Let me go look. And we've already been through this. Super Bowl. Y'all remember what year he won the Super Bowl?
I know he won in 2008, right?
Wasn't it 2007, I thought?
Hold on.
He's got two.
2008, 2012.
There you go.
08 and 012?
Yeah.
I can tell you right now, in 08, because I have over the cap up. So he was making $12.9 million at a cap hit. He was the fifth highest paid.
Which year was that? Which year was that?
2008. He was the fifth highest paid quarterback behind Rodgers, Carson Palmer, Tom Brady, and then Peyton Manning was one. And then what was the other year? 2012?
Yeah.
I don't know.
And then in 2012
spot track.
In 2012, he was
he had to be making more.
He was the ninth highest paid quarterback at $9.6 million. Peyton Manning was one at 8.
Do you see how those?
Sam Bradford was.
Could you look up what? Do you know what the salary cap was that year?
See now, yeah, I have to go to.
Can you tell me what the salary cap?
Yeah, I have to go to a different.
Let me just pull it up. 2008 salary cap. 2008 salary cap. NFL. The 2008, the salary cap was $116 million. How much was Eli making in 2008?
12.916 as the fifth highest.
Less than 10% of the salary cap. He's taking less than 1/10 of the salary cap.
Peyton was the highest paid at 18.7. And Tom Brady was number 2 at 14.62.
In 2012, the salary cap was 120. How much was he getting paid? $9 million?
Eli? 12.9.
Eli, yes.
12.9.
12.9. He was taking up about 10% of the salary cap. So that's about right. And that's the same thing I keep preaching. We went from quarterbacks right there that were making 10% of the salary cap to Russell Wilson about to make 19-20% of the salary cap.
Yeah.
That's the difference. You're taking away from the team.
No, but what was Peyton Manning making with Denver?
Okay, so
on his Super Bowl year?
Which year?
Reason. What year did he win the Super Bowl?
It's got to be like
what year did he win the Super Bowl?
It's got to be
2015, wasn't it?
Somewhere around there.
No, he won it in 2016.
2016?
2016. Patriots won in 2015.
Oh, okay. So, wow.
It was the 2015-16 season.
Say that again. The what?
The 2015-16 season?
Yeah. That's what I had up. So he was the sixth highest paid quarterback at $17.5 million.
And the salary cap was $155 million. He was making about 12% of the salary cap, not the 20 that Russell Wilson.
In 2015, only two quarterbacks made $20+ million a year. Phillip Rivers at 21 and Drew Brees at 23.8.
And neither one of those are worth it, right?
Drew Brees was at a high caliber.
Well, yeah, Drew Brees.
Yeah.
But isn't that when but that's when he had just got his new contract to carry him into now. So that's why they were looking at the future salary caps where we're coming, the 180, the 190. But we're talking about
TD, so that's where the number's going to always climb.
No. But the difference is, here's the difference, though. Here's the difference. Back then, the beginning of those deals were still coming up to about 8, 9, 10% of the salary cap. Russell Wilson's beginning of the deal next year, the salary cap is going to go up between 8 to 10 million. He's still going to be about 19% of the salary cap. He's not. His inflation is well beyond the inflation of the league salary cap.
But so is Aaron Rodgers. That's where it's going to be at. That's where the quarterbacks are going to demand.
So are you willing to get to the day? Are you willing to get to the day where these quarterbacks, because right now the salary cap is about 193. Are you willing to be cool with the day now where quarterbacks are $8 million a year and the salary cap is literally only 290? Are you willing to do that $80 million a year and the salary cap keeps going up about $10 million every year, but it's only about 180? Because the quarterbacks who are on 10 years from now, the quarterbacks are on pace to make about $80 million a year. That's the pace. I hope it don't get that crazy, but that's the pace with the growth of the quarterback, what they demand. So we're going to go from 10% of the salary cap to Russell Wilson's 20% to all of a sudden 40%.
The league is growing that way. The league is continue to grow, expand. They're making money. Huh?
You're missing it. You're missing it. This is the piece that I study. This is the piece I study. Once again, the league is growing at a certain percentage. The quarterbacks are growing at a way greater percentage. Yeah. If it stays the course,
right? But TD, I'm not making that decision. The owners are making it. The CBA, they're making it. Like the bargain agreement. It's not right. You're saying nobody should be making that kind of money. Listen, no, nobody should be making that kind of money. I don't think basketball players, other than maybe Michael Jordan, should have been making the money he made.
So you know what I heard?
But it is what it is.
You know what I heard?
Yes, you can. Don't pay him.
Reason has a point.
That's what you do.
Let me throw a wrench into this. Let's take the same thing, but so what I've heard with the CBA coming up is they kind of want to get rid of the positional structural pay. So what that means is they want the most talented player on the team, no matter what position, to start making the most money. So I think you're going to start with a new CBA. You're going to see this whole.
I think he paused.
I think he froze. Something happened with his service. All we're saying is that you should not neglect other positions.
I know that.
But that's what's happening. It's happening.
But listen. But
you're
who's
being
doing
forced
it?
to.
But who's doing it?
The whoever signing them.
Exactly. So if that owner that's writing that check saying I got Tom Brady or whoever, Aaron Rodgers, the best quarterbacks in the league, Russell Wilson, and I'm willing to pay him that, somebody's going to suffer.
You're running into.
I'm all good for that. You're right, but what I'm telling you is you're hurting your team in the process.
I agree with you there. I agree.
That's the only argument.
I agree with you. But at the end of the day, so if Russell Wilson next year or even this year, if he gets the team to the playoffs, gets them to the Super Bowl and whatnot, and the owner said, you know what, it was worth it what we paid him, then what?
It's worth it now because Metcalf and all those guys are cheap. You got Griffin who's gonna want to get paid in a couple of years. He's a cornerback that's developed.
And guess what happens? They go out, they get rid of those players that want that money. Right?
Russell's going to be old.
Exactly. So eventually Russell's going to fade away. All those guys will fade away.
He's 31. So, I mean,
they fade away and they rebuild it.
What I'm saying to you is they're making their chances of winning a Super Bowl harder.
Exactly.
Well,
that's the point.
Well, they're doing something better than what we're doing. They're doing something better than what we're doing.
Listen, getting to the playoffs and not making it out the first round, out the wild card round, okay, that's cool. You can get your money based off of that.
Yeah, basically you're paying for. Basically, you're paying.
There's only one team. There's only one team in the last 20 years that's made it to the playoffs and didn't get out the first round.
Why you got to go there? Why you got to go there?
All I'm saying is that quarterbacks can demand something, but it's about being smart with your money. Okay. Who are you losing? Like, what is the? It's kind of like a scale because I'm a Libra. Is what you're losing worth it?
Okay, here's the point. Okay, Miami Dolphins, they got a bad product right now. The seats are empty. They don't have good quarterback play. They don't have good whatever. So now, is our owner going to risk and say, okay, I'm not going to pay Aaron Rodgers his money? And then the fan says, okay, we're not coming to the game. Then where's your money?
No,
that's the same argument you can make with Favre because no one knew Rodgers was going to be Rodgers until he developed into that. But the fan base kind of felt some type of way when they let go of Favre. You can let go of guys.
Miami was mediocre, right? Miami was mediocre. Marino kept them just good enough that we would get like a late round first pick. We would get to the playoffs every year. Couldn't get out of, get beat in the playoffs, but the fans was there because Marino was there. Marino leaves. Where's Miami's fan base?
See, I see what you're saying. Your argument is about just fan base drawing interest, selling tickets, and all of that. No, but I get all of that. That's why Seattle rated to the very last day in the very last hour, about 3-4 p.m. that day, where Russell Wilson's deadline was to re-sign him because they were trying to figure out what they had to do because they didn't want to. They didn't want to give him the money that he asked for. But at the end of the day, you're right. An owner is going to do it because it's going to make his pockets fatter even if they don't win a Super Bowl. That's going to happen.
And guess what?
But again, my only argument, I agree with you, but my only argument to all of this is,
what's more important?
What is your goal? Winning a Super Bowl?
What's more important to the owners, a Super Bowl or their cash flow?
Their money. Their money. That's always
as long as Aaron Rodgers is filling up those seats and Russell Wilson is filling those seats.
From a fan standpoint, what's more important to us? Winning Super Bowls, right?
Of course. They don't care about us.
And so my thing is we need to adopt a process to win Super Bowls. That way of paying your guy $35-40 million, you're hurting your chances of winning a Super Bowl.
Well,
that's what me and E.M. was arguing about. That's the only thing.
But if you look at the team,
you're not going to walk because you need to make the money.
If you look at the teams that are usually there, usually there year after year, right? Making the playoffs, going to the NFC and the AFC championship teams, right? It's usually those teams that have what? that expensive quarterback.
That's not true. Do you know that half of the teams in the playoffs last year were quarterbacks were on a rookie deal? As a matter of fact, not half, but 60% of the quarterbacks last year
Don't get me started on how many different teams from the NFC are represented every single year. It's like a flip of a coin out of the top 4.
The ones that have won the Super Bowl, right? Has any of those young guys that's on their rookie, other than Russell Wilson, have won a Super Bowl?
I mean, nobody's done it even outside of that. Joe Flacco was on his young deal.
Was Roethlisberger on his rookie deal?
Yeah.
But see, the difference is, I don't worry about I actually don't worry about those guys, and here's why. They were in line with the salary cap back then. Who? They were holding up 10% of the quarterbacks back then. The Peyton Mannings, the Roethlisberger, and those guys. They were in line with the salary cap when they won. They weren't on the rookie deal, but they were in line. They were taking up 10% of the salary cap.
Yes.
The team can still afford to put things around them. Yeah. But as soon as the Tannehill group came in, that's the barometer, 2008 and on. The only guys who won was Brady or a guy on his rookie deal, primarily. And outside of that, it was Peyton Manning, but he still was in line. But I just went over him.
I don't know if it was standing on them guys that really asked for that big boatload of money.
No, they were the first guys who jumped it up. They were the guys who were getting 21, 19. Now, you also had those guys who were coming into the league getting the big money too. You can't forget about the Staffords and all of those guys.
I mean,
Kevin, they kind of messed up with that. They were the ones who kind of blew everything. Matter of fact, it doesn't exist anymore. That's why the NFL took it away too. Because those guys came in and messed up the whole quarterback landscape. I'm too loud. They came into this league making about 20-something million a year. They blew the whole NFL landscape out of whack. We're talking about they came in on rookie day making more than Roethlisberger, making more than Peyton, making more than Drew Brees. They're the ones who set the market and ruined everything. So after that, they required every contract after that was the 5-year $100 million, for 6-year $120, and it kept going up. They were the reason for this problem. But then the NFL came in and saw the issue and got rid of it. Now they back to a structured rookie contract, the first round overall pick making $9 million a year versus these guys coming in the league making 22, 27. It was crazy.
They need to set a precedent and just say, okay, they need to drop it all back down just because it's outrageous, the money.
Well, you know what's crazy about that, TD? When I was looking up those numbers, I remember I was high on this kid. He came out of Houston, Kevin Cobb, quarterback, and he got drafted by the Arizona Cardinals, I think it was, or the Green Bay Packers, and then traded to the Cardinals. But anyways, on that rookie deal in 2012, because I was looking up the Eli Manning, he was, and you guys have probably never even heard of him. He was the 7th highest paid quarterback in the league at $10.5 million. He was making a clear million more than Eli Manning and more than
because of where he got drafted.
Yeah,
because of where he got drafted.
He was a second rounder. Not even a first.
They were the guys that ruined it, and they started this precedent for paying quarterbacks, because what happened was when the league went back to making it normal again and making it more respectable, the quarterback salaries didn't go back down where it needed to. It just said, we'll pick up where they left off and keep going up. Yeah. Now quarterbacks have gone from getting 10% of the salary cap to 20, and people aren't seeing that it's taken away from your team. You got a 53-man freaking roster. 10% is huge on your team. That's 2 guards. That's 2 really, really, really good guards. 10% of the salary cap, $20 million, is 2 really freaking good guards. Elite. Yeah. And people ignore that. Oh, pay him. You're delusional. Why wouldn't you pay him? Okay, you're going to have – you don't get better by paying them. You can only get worse. I keep saying that about Russell Wilson. He goes from making $1 million to $20 million all of a sudden in that first deal when the salary cap was still low. And all of a sudden, It's like, well, you got to pay him. Yeah, I guess you got to pay him if you want to keep him. But where are you getting that other $20 million from? Well, we'll just go to the Legion of Boom and tell them bye. That's what happened.
Yep.
And they haven't won more than 11 games in a season since. Now they're breaking that mold right now. Why? Because the salary cap finally caught up, but it caught up in the last year of Russell Wilson's deal. It caught up. How much is Russell Wilson making this year again? 26, did you say?
26 million, yeah, and then he goes up to 30.
Salary, it finally caught up to his original deal. So this is the only year they have. That's why they went for broke and they went and got Clowney. That's why they went to go get a few more pieces to try to get it done right now. But next year, they're right back in the same situation. Mm-hmm. Think about it. What did they do this offseason? They said we're going to re-up Russell Wilson's deal, but now didn't they just lose 2 defensive linemen in the offseason?
Frank Clark, they lost Frank Clark. I know they lost him.
They traded
because and they literally came out and said it would be nice to keep both of those guys, but it's unrealistic because we got to pay Russell. Mm-hmm. And so we can't get Clark because we got to give him a deal for the long term. We can't do it. We can't do it. And I don't see why people argue with me about this. This is like literally common sense. I get the notion of you got to pay him. Why would you want to lose your franchise quarterback? Well, when will somebody step up and say, I'm just not going to pay you? I'm going to build a hell of a freaking team minus the quarterback and drop that slightly above quarterback right in there like a cherry on top. And let's go win Super Bowls just like Flacco. Let's go win Super Bowls just like Eli. That's my thought. Why nobody trying that?
And TD, and here's another point. Because if you say I'm not going to pay you and I'm going to let you go somewhere, 9 times out of 10, the only teams that will have the money to pay you are poor teams that are doing poorly. So now you have to go and carry that team with less talent around you, and you might reflect, like it's going to reflect that the talent around you kind of helped carry you. Now, like I said, now you have Russell carrying the players, but that took time and development, and it took a lot of hey, we're going to make the playoffs, but hey, we're going to lose in this first round. But you know what?
The only quarterback that I can think of even remotely doing that was Montana when he went to the Chiefs. And they weren't a very good team. He took them to the playoffs, but that's the only quarterback I can really think that,
But we didn't have these salary cap issues back then.
Yeah, but they didn't want to pay him. They wanted to pay Young, right? So they said, go walk.
Yeah.
And then furthermore, it's just sickening to me because it's like, why do people not see this? And I got evidence though. My theory, because it is a theory, because it's ongoing, it's getting proved over and over and over. I at least have evidence. Cam Newton, first 4 years, phenomenal. AFC Championship game, went to the Super Bowl, got his money. Kaepernick, RG3. I mean, all of them. Go back to 2008 or 2009 and look at all those young quarterbacks, all the ones that were really good. They balled out in their first 3-4 years. What happened right after they got their money? It's proof. It's right there in front of everybody. And everybody wants to ignore it and say, well, you got to pay them. Why? So your team could get worse? The problem with this league, nobody's standing up saying, I'm not paying you. Well, he's going to go somewhere, and guess who's going to pick him up, like Phinsanity said? A trash team that got the money, and they're trash anyway. They're going to remain trash anyway because they continue to make decisions like that.
But I think what you're going to start seeing is owners saying, hey, quarterbacks, we've already set this market completely outrageously high. So now we're just going to, just like with that, we're just going to keep franchise tagging you. And we're going to bring in other guys to develop under younger than you, and then when time is up and you want to go. Now, granted,
I like that.
I like that, but the trigger too fast on Kirk Cousins. But Kirk Cousins, I think, had they never brought anybody in behind him to develop and create a camaraderie with that wide receiving core. So now what you're going to have, there's going to be no such thing as job security on a more deeper level. They're going to put quarterbacks. The owners are really trying to say, listen, we hold the cards, we hold the money. You can negotiate all you want. You can go somewhere worse, or you can play here, get Super Bowls, get jersey sales, get You got a fan base who loves you, who's going to come out and see you. There's so many other ways to make money. And people forget that because they look at all these massive contracts and says, oh, that's how they're getting money. No, there's things called endorsements. These guys make more money outside of the field if you win. Then what's the name? When they say if you want to go to a losing franchise and roll the dice, go ahead. But no major corporation is going to want to touch a loser. Let's be honest about that. You make your money when you show an ability to win, compete, and that you have the talent. You feel me?
But here's the problem, Phinsanity. That's the one position where franchise tag will never work if they decide to sit out. What kind of what franchise is going to allow their quarterback to sit out? You see what I mean? That is the one position that you can't allow to sit out. So franchise tag wouldn't work. And let me tell you something, even when owners stand up and say this market is ridiculous, I'm not paying you anymore, you got 32 teams, and every year you got 10 bum trash teams. One of them gonna pay them. So it's never gonna be fixed. It's just gonna get worse and worse because one of the bum teams are gonna continue to push the number higher and higher.
If they can collude to keep somebody out the league, I think they can collude to say, hey guys, listen, what's it name? We gonna figure this out. But the money, it does need to get restructured. The last CBA was ran by quarterback, and you see that.
Yeah.
And my thing is like this. It's up to you. My thing is like this. When you get in the league and you're a rookie, you got to remember your cost of living has skyrocketed up. It has skyrocketed. And the one thing that I know about any business is that they will repossess your stuff. They will kick you out. They will evict you. So you got to make a living somehow. You have to make money. So if you're on your rookie deal, you don't have that much money. So guess what? Now you kind of have to pay for what we want to give you. You may think you hold all the cards, and that's where things are getting muddied at. Because you still have to make a living and make an earning in this world, no matter where you are, no matter where you live. Unless your dad is an oil owner or CEO of a corporation, like, I don't know, I guess Josh Rosen may not ever have to pay another down in his life because I hear his dad is rich. Yeah, but besides the point. These other guys, and I hate to say this, not all of them come from optimal situation. And they're getting more money than they ever have. And sometimes you get a little happy with your money and you don't know how to spend it correctly. So you may be in a position where you can't afford to sit out. And God bless Le'Veon Bell for, having the wherewithal, like, hey man, listen, they keep franchise tagging me. I need to start sitting, what's the name? But if you start doing this off the rip where you don't have that time and that opportunity to save that money, yeah, SOL, because you're going to have to play. Whether you pay poorly or however you want to do it, I guess to get your point across, that's personally up to you. But at the end of the day, the cards are more in the owner's hands than what we give it credit for. But the owners are saying, hey man, listen, like my dad was saying, you're selling seats and all this, we're going to pay you. But there has to be a point where you say, this is outrageous. They're going to pretty soon, like by the time I'm in my 50s, they're going to be looking at like CEO type of money to throw a ball and run a ball. And listen, one thing I know about people is that they love their money. And I think that all these owners are starting to understand and see it. Hey man, listen, last time the media drove this narrative that the quarterbacks are the wherewithal, they run this league, they drive it, and the quarterbacks use that as leverage. I think the owners are going into this next CBA with the mindset that, hey man, listen, you run it, but you gotta stop neglecting the pieces around you, because guess what? When things are taken away from around you, you're not that good. And they're going to bring up other franchises and organizations who don't have pieces around them and quarterbacks who have struggled because of that. Yeah. And they're going to listen. Do you want to play and get paid or?
Yeah. So what I think, first of all, I think the highest paid out of the draft should be a running back just because of lifespan and how much wear and tear the body takes. But I think if Wentz and Goff, like I said, Goff goes up to $36 million next year. If they perform like how they're performing, this is going to hurt the quarterback pay structure come the CBA, because they're going to say what TD's saying. They're going to say, we're giving you 20% of our cap, and look at the results we're getting. Like they're kind of starting. The thing is, it's gotten so ridiculous. They're starting to shoot themselves in the foot because the performance is coming nowhere close to the pay. At 10%, it's much easier to reach that performance or those expectations. When you start taking up 20% and like, 3 or 4 different positions that you could pay for, the expectations become pretty freaking high. And when you can't live up to that, people are going to be with picks and torches coming for you on that kind of stuff.
1/5 of the entire salary cap is ridiculous, man, and people don't see that. Pay the guy, like, oh my gosh, do you not understand there are 53 men on that roster?
The only way you wouldn't get a complaint is if you're in the AFC Championship every second year and you're winning a Super Bowl 1 out of the 2 of those times, and you're constantly that's the only way people wouldn't complain. You have to constantly show up.
And never been done. And then and not only that, here's the kicker about going to the championship and all that. You're relying on one guy to do it who could still get injured or anything, or decline in his play or whatever you call it. You're relying on one guy, one man you're relying on to do something that's never been done. You're relying on it.
Well, look at injuries. Look at Nick Foles. They gave him all that money, and now he's being benched again for Minshew, and he's totally healthy. And that was an injury led to, hey, we got a cheaper guy who extends plays, who creates more, is more of an improviser, fits our scheme better, and yet we got a guy who's guaranteed over $50 million that now you got to sit on the bench, and it's proving the point that you can't pay these guys that kind of money. And he won a Super Bowl 2 years ago. You know what I mean? So
that's why he got the money.
Yeah.
Here's the thing.
And did that Eagles team not have everything around them?
Yeah, but apparently
that Eagles team was loaded.
But I think they played for him different than they played for Wentz. I heard they had a shrine. One of the guards had a shrine built for Nick Foles. Like I think that was the perfect. We were talking about situations earlier with Lamar. I think Nick Foles was in the perfect situation. I think that was a guy who should have taken less money, beat Wentz, and he could have won another Super Bowl.
Well, Wentz made a comment that I definitely want to just quickly talk about. He said they didn't know Minshew would be this good. LOL. You know the sad part about that, because you're 100% correct, Wetson. Here's the sad part about it, though. There are a lot of quarterbacks that good, but they never even get their shot. Just imagine if Foles didn't get hurt. We would still never know about Minshew. You see what I'm saying? We would never know who can be that good. It's just that some of these guys don't even get their shot. Some of these guys are late bloomers. Some of these guys with the right coaching are better than some of the best now. They just don't get a shot. And this is why you don't pay guys like that. You just like you do with wide receivers. You want to bring in 10 of them to camp to see who the best ones. Bring in 3 or 4 quarterbacks and see who's the best. You're going to have a reliable guy. You're going to have a reliable guy. I mean, these reliable guys are putting up just as good as numbers as some of these elite guys in a lot of weeks. It's crazy to me, man. Don't forget, TD, they are being coached up. Exactly. And that's the one thing they don't do in this league anymore. They don't put the onus on the coaches anymore. They don't say, let's go get a coach that's going to develop talent. They say, let's go get the talent. That's what people do. And that's the sad part about this league now. It's no more let's develop talent. It's let's go get talent.
Yeah.
Part of the issue, man.
That's what I was talking to E.M. about earlier. Like, we can develop these linebackers into something. We kind of have to see, you kind of have to be patient, but we as fans, especially fans of losing organizations, want quick fixes. And that's why even earlier in the year, you were asking guys, well, like, how long are you giving Flores, to develop this team, to change the culture, to do this thing? And that's a very important, question that we have to ask as fan base, because at the end of the day, we don't make money by sitting there and watching them. We lose money when we go to the stadium and pay for the food and the traveling costs and the hotel and all that. So we're spending our hard-earned money, and I get it. It is warranted. If you're going to support a team and you're going to invest money into them, you do want to see, results. And like you said, Super Bowls are for us. These guys, most of these guys are getting paid whether or not they win a Super Bowl. They're getting paid off of, potential and some, production that they have done. But we as a fan base I get it. We have been patient for 20 years. 10 is a very long time to ask for patience. And we've brought, coaches in and out, and we've always said, oh, they're the answer, or this guy's, he's the offensive guru, or this guy's the defensive guru. And it seemed like every year, we were having debates of who we wanted as our next coach. I remember I was big on giving Dan Campbell a chance because of the way he changed our offense and our defense,
And rallied the troops.
It was just like, well, where was all this?
Yeah.
When what's the name was there? So we as a fan base, I get it. And I tell people all the time, I'm the type of fan that say, we're going to win every game. And my dad will say, I'm crazy. Every year I say we're going to win the AFC East. And I put a shirt or a jersey on them with it. And I'm hoping one day I strike gold because I'm getting tired of buying these jerseys and shirts for him. But you see,
I think she cut out. I think she cut out.
Oh, here she is. Hold on.
Kick me out. Sorry. But you see where this franchise is going and, the positive steps it's taken to the right side. So many times we've taken steps to the right side, but then we go back like 20. But the fact that we are still heading in the right direction, and granted, it's taken us to week 13, but this is stuff you can build on. This is stuff you can develop. And this is stuff that you can look forward to. And like I said, next year will be the ultimate test to see where we're at. Because we're facing one of the best divisions in the NFC and we're facing one of the best divisions in the AFC. And we're going to see where we stack up against those. And I cannot wait to see, how we close this season. I don't like to look too forward ahead. But I would love to see, what's the name? Like, can we go out and beat the teams that we're supposed to beat? Like, we should beat the Jets. Or we should at least be very competitive with them. You should beat the Giants. You should beat Cincinnati. Then you got to go into New England. Do you put up a fight in there? Or do you say, because it's New England and we're not going to do anything? No, I want to see you try to ruin things for New England. I want to try to see you say, hey, listen, you're playing on the road. You're going to have to play a road game. Because we're gonna bump you down to the wild card or something like that, depending on how the Bills, pan out with their scheduling. Seeing a fight with these guys against the Eagles was one of the most impressive things I've seen this season. And I've seen some pretty impressive games this season. But seeing a team that everybody counted out, thought they did not have a chance, thought that, hey man, there's no way that, Wentz and those guys come in here and lay a goose egg and, blow this. But then you had a group of guys that said, hey, man, listen, all of our starters are not playing on defense, and all of our starters are not playing on offense. But we're going to go out and try to figure out a way to win this game. And they had all their starters, I believe, other than Deshaun and Howard on offense. Mm-hmm. And our defense came to fight, and it came to play. And granted, 31 points is still a lot, but that was right on average. But that was one of the best things I've seen. And I just hope that our coaches just keep doing this and that they keep demanding a lot from these guys.
And I think that we will. The thing is, and like you said, when you said you just hope that the coaches. Well, let me ask you this, Phinsanity, because I haven't asked you this in a while. What do you think about the coaches right now so far anyway?
Man, listen, I was sold in on Flores since day one. I'm going to say this. As far as our coaches, I've seen where certain positions have gotten better. Some more rapidly than other, but sometimes the learning curve is different for every person out there. As far as our coaches, I like that they never had a never say die, mentality. Even with all the press conferences, they never looked defeated. They never looked like they were lost or like they didn't know what they were doing. They stayed on message, they stayed on point, and they've been drilling a lot of key things into these guys since day one. When you have a coaching staff, that buys in, it's easier for the players to buy in. There's no weakness or no cracks like in their demeanor. Like I love just sitting and watching them answer questions because they're very poised and they've been asked a lot of hard questions this season, especially early in the beginning. And they were like, man, listen, this is what we're doing. We sticking with it. And what's the name? And even when, people thought we were tanking, their message was, we're not tanking, we're developing, and we're going to get there. And it went against a team like the Eagles, a quarterback who was the leading candidate for MVP before he tore his ACL. And, he still got 300 some yards, but they made key stops on defense. And then the aggressive play calling that they had, going for it, 3 times on 4th down? They were like, man, listen, we're going to go out and win this game. And that's things I like to see, because now you're telling them, listen, I believe in you. Do you believe in me? I can't go out there and catch the ball for you. I can't go out there and throw for you. I can't go out there and deflect the pass for you. I can't go out there and cover for you. But I can show you the things that you need to do to be in the best position available. And I love it. I would love to see what we're going to do with this running game. Going forward, that's one of my biggest areas on offense. So what are we going to do with that? And do they believe we have the answer in the locker room?
Draft.
Did y'all see the report that just came out? Adam Gase privately blamed Ryan Tannehill for Dolphins' struggles,
and yet he went to bat for him every time he hit the podium.
They said that to get his new job, he basically told them that Tannehill was the issue.
Well, that's not new, because he basically threw Tannehill underneath the bus when he said, I finally have a quarterback that I can call plays for. It's like it's easier to call plays for when he was talking about Darnold.
Yeah, you're right, but it's crazy that's what he told them basically in the interview. Tannehill was the issue so that he can get the job. But it's just it's funny how Tannehill's playing now, but look how bad the Jets and Sam Darnold is playing. Did Sam Darnold not regress?
Yes, and Sam Darnold was like, I don't know if you watched his pro day alone, but it was like in the rain, and this guy was making throws. I was like, Jesus. And Gase has stunted him. I don't know what else to say. Gase is not the quarterback. This guy got credit for Peyton Manning coming to Denver. Like, are you kidding me?
Exactly. Like, how do you get credit for a quarterback who you didn't help?
And it had already won a Super Bowl and was already seen as probably the highest IQ for a quarterback to ever walk on a field. Like, get out of here.
Marius Thomas, they had the other Thomas who we had as tight end. I think they had Sanders. They had a pretty decent wide receiving core. And they had no Sean Marino. Was he there, or was it the other one during that time? So he didn't have any slouch of an offensive, personnel.
Yeah, Demaryius was a beat. That's when Demaryius Thomas was a monster.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because they were throwing all over us. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, they were. Who was the tight end?
Huh?
Who was the tight end?
No. There was a Thomas. We just had him as our tight end.
Oh yeah. No, Julian.
I don't know why I'm saying.
Yeah, that guy. That guy was. Imagine playing fantasy with him back then. Holy.
It's funny how all those guys kind of regressed in the league after that year.
Peyton Manning, buddy.
All his weapons, but Peyton Manning couldn't even throw the ball 40 yards at that time.
Yeah, he could still shift the line. He could still read a coverage.
I know.
Yeah,
that's crazy, man. I don't know why they got me heated. Gase ruined our life for years.
I think he just said Omaha just to make you think.
Omaha. I think it's the time. I think I was reading something that part of it is also the timing in it. How long? Omaha or Omaha. Like, it's just how long he does it. That signals stuff. It's different thing. It's all kind of stuff, and just saying that one word that signals different things, and how he says it, or where he says it, or when he says it. It's crazy. I don't even know.
He needs to be a coach. He needs to be a coach. I know he's been
everybody
around he's been around our quarterbacks a bunch, hasn't he?
Yeah, but everybody says that about elite players that's going to the Hall of Fame. They're not going.
Yeah, but he was a little bit different because you could just how smart he was, man. Like the guy coached on the field, like he was a player coach.
No. I know he would be a great coach if probably.
But I wouldn't say that about Marino. I wouldn't say, hey, Marino should be head coach.
But it's beneath them. That's why ex-players that are Hall of Famers don't coach.
Yeah. But he could be like I think he could be legit.
But they make so much money off the field. You know, I mean, I don't know.
All those, what is the Affleck? No. What commercials does he do? Nationwide, right? Or what does he do?
He does one of the,
something like that.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. Yep, Nationwide. Yep. Yeah, and they make
the country singer with the country singer, right?
Yeah. Don't make me think of his name right now.
And he owns a bunch of Papa John's too, doesn't he?
Yeah,
he does have stake into that. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we're coming up on 1:00, man. I think this is a good ending point for the stream tonight, man. I got to get me some rest. What happened, Phinsanity?
4 hours? 4 or 5 hours?
I know it's almost 4 hours. We went in hard today. We ran e.m.dolphinfan out of here. We know we done put some work in. But let's go ahead and give the people final thoughts. We'll start with you, Reason. Any final thoughts you have, man?
Not really. When we're talking about that schedule, just the Giants kind of worry me a bit, just because Saquon seems to be getting healthy, and it just seems like average quarterbacks always look like Hall of Famers against us. So I'm expecting 300 yards and 3 touchdowns from Daniel Jones. I don't know why. And I know, Phinsanity, your dad's so hung up on Jalen Hurts, but you need to go tell him. You need to tell him to go watch that TCU game from a couple weeks ago where the guy threw a pick 6 on the 7-yard line. Like, he's just Jalen. I don't know what people see Jalen Hurts running around, and I don't know what the affinity is for him, but people need to watch games because it's CeeDee Lamb. And everyone, if you're going to watch college football this weekend, watch Wisconsin and Ohio State, because you're going to see Justin Fields from next year. You're going to see Chase Young in action. You're going to see Jonathan Taylor, Tyler Badage, the interior lineman I keep talking about. So if you're going to watch a college game this weekend, watch that game. The SEC championship, I mean, if you're still in love with Joe Burrow, go knock yourself out. But I think it's pretty much a consensus he's the number 1 pick this year. And, I mean, that's another thing. I mean, I honestly did not bet on that Cincinnati game this weekend because for some reason my gut instinct told me they were going to win, and I can't believe they freaking won. So It's like they got rejuvenated, a shot in an arm with Dalton. So I don't expect them to beat us, but I think it might be closer than what people expect. Another thing I saw on Twitter, and maybe you guys can talk about after I pass it off, is some Twitter and Dolphins analysts were debating whether Chase Young is even a scheme fit, because they run a 4-3 in Ohio. They run Ohio State. They run a totally different 4-3 than what we run out here with our scheme, right? So a big question is, does he even fit the scheme? Is Derek? The argument was Derek Brown's a better scheme fit for us, the interior lineman for Auburn, than Chase Young. So, I mean, that's something to think about. But other than that, I think the Eagles win was huge. Flores won me over. I think, that's why I think we need to get our quarterback this year, because I think if we get the right pieces, we're going to start seeing a turnaround next year. And I don't think we're going to be in a position to mortgage and move up and get a quarterback like Trevor Lawrence or Justin Fields. So that's how much I believe in him. I'm pretty sure that if we draft right, and even if we give him defensive pieces, we're going to see more wins tacked on to the win total that we finished with this year. So nothing else but fins up, and thanks for having me again.
Appreciate you as always, Reason, man. I can't wait to see you next week again. Phinsanity, what you got for us?
Just happy to be here. I'm sure it is 1 o'clock here because I'm on the Eastern Seaboard. Man, listen, a MetLife takeover.
She paused on us again.
Mm-hmm. I paused?
There you go. You're back. You're back.
Moving. Sorry about that. The MetLife takeover. If you are in the area and you can go, please go. I am going to be cold, but I will be there. I will have TD post my section, because I mean they pretty much put you all scattered everywhere. Like when you're together, but the tickets are random, so I got to go back and look at them. TD, we got to talk. Also, I don't know, Solo D, if you see this, thank you for coming in. Thank you for
yes, for sure.
Me on Instagram. It meant so much to me for you to take some time out. I cannot wait to meet you at MetLife Takeover. And guys, listen, they do have a tailgate. It's like $75 to get into the Dolphins fans tailgate. If you don't want to spend $75 the night before, that Slattery's Pub and Grill. I believe that is in New York. So if you're not going to pay, say, $5 for a tailgate, which I don't expect you to do, you can go to Slattery's and still interact with the fans and all that. And that's kind of like the pre-pep rally to the tailgate pep rally. But I like what we're doing as a team. And it's going to be amazing to see what's going on. So many times I'm used to this team, clicking, and then it's like we go back. So I want to just keep seeing us clicking and all that, and see us keep competing. Man, you better keep up the Friday panel list this late too, man. You gotta start making them put in work too. If we gotta put in all this work, I'm telling you.
I don't know if I could do it that late. I don't know. We'll see.
God bless you all. Have a great holiday.
Appreciate you guys. Love you guys so much, man. I'll see y'all real soon. All right.
You're the GOAT, by the way. You're the GOAT.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Phinsanity, what happened to her? Oh, and I'll hit you up later, Phinsanity. All right. All right. I appreciate your reason. I'll see you soon, man.
All right, brother.
All right, guys. This is once again TD Fans Talk, home of the real Miami Dolphin fans. Man, what a show tonight. We went hard tonight, man. Almost 4 hours going in, just taking care of business. What I will say is, hey, if Phinsanity, if you're still listening, I think you are, make sure you tell Solo D, man. Tell him we need to get on the track together, and I appreciate him stopping through tonight. That's what's up, man, for sure. Also, listen, guys, before I get out of here, I'm gonna tell y'all, man. I know this may sound far-fetched, but next year, well, in the off season, man, we might have Cam Wake come back to make sure he retire a Dolphin, do one more season as a backup defensive end. Laramie Tunsil might be back. Jadeveon Clowney gonna be here. Tannehill gonna be back. All these guys coming back, y'all. Y'all might be shocked. Y'all remember I said it first. Yeah, I'm probably just trolling right now, but y'all already know what time it is, man. Donald and Irene Young said, TD, tell Miss Hillary, thank you for sharing you with us tonight. This was awesome. I'm going to say that too, and she can be like, no, you need to stop. You just so loud, and it's 1 a.m. Yeah, you need to be up early in the morning. You don't need to be worn out. So I see, man. I try my best. She probably knocked out in there anyway. I appreciate you, Phinsanity. I saw your reply. Matt Burke gonna be back. Don't do that to me, man. Don't do that to me. I'm telling you, that'll be the day that I'm no longer a Dolphin fan, and I don't want that to happen. That'll be the worst for me, Kenneth. Don't do me like that. But again, thank y'all for tuning in, man. Y'all hit that like button. I think we got 99 likes. Let me see. Let me hit refresh on this, man. Let me see how many likes we got. Y'all hit that like button if you haven't hit it yet. We definitely want to get 100 likes on the video. 1 second, it's popping up now. We had 113 likes. Never mind. So I appreciate y'all again. Make sure you share the videos. Let your friends and family members know about TD Fans Talk. Let them know we here, man. We do this all the time and we get it done, man. It ain't just about my opinion. Ooh, that tree looking beautiful behind me now when you cut the lights out. Ooh, that tree is shining, man. I'm actually just sitting here marveling, watching the tree in the camera that's behind me. It looks real. She did a great job. She did a great job. We did it together, but I got to make sure I give her all the credit, y'all. But yeah, man, this is the. It's all kind of dolphin ornaments in there too. Y'all probably can't see them. It's crazy. It is a lot of dolphin ornaments in there. Little stuff that you probably can't even see from where you at right now. It's pretty nice. Hold on. Let me see. This is my favorite. I want to show you one of my favorite ones. This is one of my favorite ones, man. The little Dolphins blimp flying over the stadium. That's one of my favorite ornaments, man. Put that back over here. Oh. She gonna be mad. I'm messing the tree up. I'm messing it up. All right. Y'all see my little dolphins up in here? Y'all probably can't see those little flipper dolphins up in here, man. It's pretty nice, man. Another nice big ornament. Man, a lot of, this is one of my favorite ones, man. I don't know if it's still lit up crazy. Let me see. globe light. It's so just beautifully lit, man. We'll unhook the tree, man. Y'all see how it lights up this ornament? It's nice, man. It just lights up. This is my favorite one, man. It is real nice. See? Hold on. See how it cuts off? Cuts on? It lights up, man. This is my favorite one, man. I love this one. Love this one a lot, man. But yeah, man. Anyway, man, I think I'm just showing out right now because I love my tree so much that my wife gave me. Y'all talk about Tannehill. I ain't talking about no Tannehill. But by the way, TD, wonderful tree. Thanks, man. Lots of haters. Yeah, man. That's what the haters do, man. You gotta live with that, though. You gotta live with that. Pull out my dolphin candle. We're gonna wrap up for the night. We shutting it down for the night, man. Y'all shutting it down with me. All right, I think it's a wrap, y'all. Once again, I appreciate y'all love and support. This is TD Phins Talk, home of the real Miami Dolphin fans, guys. Thank y'all for hanging out with us tonight, man. What a wonderful show. I'm trying to extend it to 4 hours on the dot. We got about 20 seconds to do that. Can I have that ornament, please? I don't know. You got to ask the wife next time she on here. Man, we closing up shop with TD. Yes, exactly. Amazing show. You guys were awesome in the chat. If TD can't make it, I'll have a free ticket. Yeah, I'll hit you up tomorrow for Phinsanity for sure. But it's your boy. I'm out, y'all. Love y'all. Peace. 4 hours.